Hello, everyone. It's been a little while since it was just you and I. Hello, Smelly, Rabbit. And yes, I am frequently late, apparently. So before we begin, quick announcement. I have recreated my Twitter account, and I have linked it in the description if people want to follow me. I'm not even going to be trolling on it. It's for DMing purposes and for the people who want to actually get notified. So feel free to shoot me a follow on there, and I will be using it basically since YouTube notifications are so broken. Now, I think it's important that we start off with like a PSA. We do not endorse anything that we are about to play here. In fact, we endorse you do the exact opposite of what Leah TV suggests. All right. Oh, yeah. This is going to be a rough one. Oh, and thank you. Thank you. I had to shave my head because it was just getting too long. All right. Hopefully the audio should work.
There is so much to be said about this subject. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to say it all, or I'm ever going to be able to even give enough examples, give enough information. But I'm going to try, and there also have to be.
Okay. I don't think you'll ever be able to give enough information and evidence or examples to convince people they should not give birth in hospitals. I mean, I think that we can go throughout many years of history as examples as to why you should. But do go on.
Multiple parts of these videos, okay? Because this fucking topic is so complex. I think we're just going to talk about it. What we're going to talk about today is the importance of having a natural home birth if you're going to have kids. And if you're not going to strive to have a natural home birth, then you shouldn't be a parent, and I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. I know the thing is here is that a lot of women are incredibly fucking stupid about pregnancy. They're incredibly fucking uneducated.
This is Leah TV. I made a video about her. Wow, I mean, where do I even begin? She believes in all sorts of wonderful things, such as men who don't like women with body hair are most likely pedophiles. Men who aren't attracted to period blood are pedophiles. She calls makeup slave paint. Heels are rape shoes. I basically just played a video where she destroys herself. I don't understand how this person exists. They aren't a troll. That much I have pretty much verified by looking at their stuff that was from before they even had a YouTube. They're just as crazy. In fact, they've gotten slightly crazier. So, yeah. Most women are stupid, apparently, to her. And men are just evil. So, she has not found out that I made a video on her yet. But when she does, she is going to freak. So hopefully, by doing this stream, when she actually decides to, watch the video, she'll be able to watch this stream as well. Get to know me a little. Know that I'm only half as evil as I advertise.
And the time that they start learning about it is once they're already married and pregnant. I'm like, moron. why didn't you think about that more in depth way before that? Because I've known all these dumbass women personally who say all this dumbass shit once they're pregnant when they could have fucking figured that out way the fuck before if they read like one article about being pregnant. Like I meet all these dumbasses who are like, oh my God, I didn't know I could still go to the gym when I was pregnant. Oh my God, I didn't know I couldn't drink coffee when I was pregnant. Oh my God, I didn't know that I was going to lose my balance when I was pregnant. Oh my God, I didn't know that this, I didn't know that, I didn't know that I was going to get more hair in my body when I was pregnant. I didn't know that being pregnant increases your sex drive. I didn't know. Well, if you didn't know that, I'm kind of confused as to why you even got pregnant.
Well, I think you need to cut people some slack. A lot of people, I mean, there's a significant number of pregnancies that aren't planned. Yikes. She doesn't cut people any slack. And if she wasn't crazy, that would actually be a good trait. But when you've got this sort of fucked up beliefs, it makes you seem crazy. Hello, Sacha. Who else showed up? Trying to say hi to everybody. All right. Well, here's the thing. That would make you a hop. You're a handmaiden of the patriarchy. You see, she has disabled comments on all of her things. So apparently it has to do with the handmaidens of the patriarchy. See, here's the thing, though. She has a post on her community tab where she mentions that she disabled all the comments because she's tired of arguing with these hot bitches displaying their stupidity. But it really is because she keeps getting suspended from YouTube because she keeps threatening violence on people. That's the real tea. Oh, hello, Nibby. All right, let's dive back into this.
You literally knew nothing about being pregnant, but you got pregnant, and now you're gonna figure everything out in 9 fucking months.
You can learn a lot in 9 months, but do continue.
First of all, I don't think that a pregnancy should be considered viable until you are 3 months or farther along.
A fun fact, Smelly Cat, okay? I was actually watching this person before Suit did his little Wookiee thing, okay? And I was probably going to do something like that myself if he hadn't already done that to Queen's Wookiee. Because that was my first thought when I saw her, was like, wow, this is a Wookiee. But we'll avoid overtly insulting her now. I do want her to come on stream with me because I think that would be fun. I think that would be a lot of fun. I actually agree. It's weird though, because she has like this very strict like policy for what makes like a strong woman, and then she's like trying to force it on other women. It's like trying to take down the patriarchy and establish the Leah-archy. I guess is a bunch of hairy, loudmouth psychos threatening violence on people. And they don't give birth in hospital, so they die quickly as well. I mean, this is like anti-vax level of crazy.
Because even if you're zero risk, the likelihood, the possibility of you miscarrying is really high. And the earlier on, the lower level gestation of pregnancy is, the more vulnerable it is. And I just hate it so much when these women, by the way, if you take a pregnancy test, it's best to take it with your first morning pee. And a pregnancy test is only possibly going to be accurate 10 days after conception. And for that matter, what was I going to say about that? Okay, So don't fucking go. So you say you get a pregnancy test, a positive pregnancy test. Don't fucking go running on social media and broadcasting it to the world that you're pregnant until you're 3 months or more along. IMO. Because if you do that,
I actually agree with that. That's like something doctors tell you, because there's a chance that it could be a false positive, or you could miscarry or something. Well, here's the thing. She's older than 21. All right, she bragged about that. So I'm thinking this woman's like almost 30 or close to 30. Roger Brown suggested her to me. Now, here's the backstory for that. Apparently, he's going after Ella Androphobia, who is one of her ex-friends. And apparently she's in this group of 4 other feminists who are going to do like this big woman's podcast that it all fell through. And there's a big drama about it. So theoretically, if we manage to strike some fear into both of them, we might be able to reunite them and have that woman's podcast once more. And then we can react to that. But yes, Ella Androphobia, unfortunately, had a bit of a freak out when Roger Brown shared her videos. And she hid a bunch of her content, unfortunately. So we'll have to wait and see if anything else comes from her.
and then you miscarry, then you also have to broadcast to the fucking world that you miscarried. Is that pleasant? Is that something you want to do? Probably not. Okay. Anyway, the reason you ought to have a home birth is because it's the best option for baby and it's the best option for mom. What's the best option for mom ought to be the best option for baby. And you ought to, I don't know why the fuck anyone, I'm so fired up about this. It's really hard for me to talk about because there's so much information and there's so much fucking dumb running around. It is such a problem. You cannot medicalize birth. It's not possible. I don't know why the fuck all these dumbass hops want a man who has never given birth and probably isn't even fucking going to be in the room while you're giving birth to tell them how to give birth. And another really fucking stupid reason.
Wait a minute. What does she talk? What do you mean the man who's going to be helping you give birth isn't even in the room? Like, is she referring to the doctor? Or I'm very confused by that statement. But okay. Hello, Hola.
To give birth in a hospital is they have you do it on your fucking back with your legs up. And this question is a serious question. It's going to seem like I'm kidding, but I'm serious. Okay? There's my toilet. I take shits in that toilet. Now, when you are going to go take a shit in a toilet, which is probably damn near 100% of the time, do you sit on the toilet like this? Mom sits on the toilet like this because that's the better way to do it. But do you sit on the toilet? Most people sit on the toilet like this, which is fine. Do you sit on the toilet like this at your house when you're taking a shit, at work when you're taking a shit, in a public bathroom if you have to take a shit there? You probably sit on...
Does anyone want to pull in on this? How do you all take a shit? I'm not aware. I'm not aware of people's shitting habits. I certainly don't take a shit like that. But I'm very curious the point she's trying to make here. She's somehow about to explain. I guess she's somehow trying to relate taking a shit to giving birth at home, and I'm very curious where it's going to go. So I'm just going to let her talk.
On the toilet, right? Or do you go like this in order to take a shit? And just, with your booty right there and pray to God that your turd gets thrown into the toilet bowl. I already know your answer. Giving birth on your back is as fucking stupid as taking a shit like this.
Now, she said in one of her other videos that this was her most disliked and hated video, and I'm starting to see why. Yes. Yes. I have never seen anything quite like that. Oh, we're not done though. There's a part 2 to this. That's even longer. So I guess she's gonna hit us with some serious knowledge.
Gravity is not on your side when you're on your fucking back like a goddamn slave, having a man tell you what to do.
That's the real reason she's saying this, right? That's the real reason. Because it's a slave position apparently in her mind.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. And there's also this thing called, I'm fucking coining it right now, medical abuse. When people medically abuse you, when doctors medically abuse their patients, and they act like, oh, I know what to do because I'm the doctor. Often they really don't. Often doctors really fucking get off on medically abusing their patients. I'm serious.
No, I actually do agree with that to some extent. That actually does happen. However, there are certain extreme circumstances where you just got to bite the bullet and take the risk, and giving birth is one of them. You know, I would under 99% of circumstances, I would never go to a doctor. However, if I get my arm chopped off, I think I might go to a doctor for that, possibly, because once your life is on the line, what more are they going to do to you?
I know, including me, I know so many women who have been sexually messed with or medically messed with by a doctor, and they therefore avoid hospitals and doctor visits as frequently as they possibly can. The last time I went to a doctor for a physical, my fucking doctor was wearing rape shoes heels like a fucking idiot.
Oh my god. The doctor was wearing rape shoes. That's how you knew you couldn't trust them. Hello, Retro. I trust a lot of people more than her. Definitely when it comes to advice on anything medical. Oh, apparently pooping and giving birth are like the same thing, apparently. And that's why she can draw comparisons. I can see why this is her most hated video now. And we're not even halfway through it.
I don't know how you could possibly be a doctor and wear that shit to work. Unbelievable. And the nurse who took my blood was wearing slave paint. And then, she didn't take my blood, she just took my temperature. Then the fucking blood technician, whatever the fuck her name was, had a shit ton of fucking fugly ass, red ass dyed hair. So, like, the medical industry is an industry and it's not in your best interest. It's not looking out for your best interest. They just want your money. Okay? So, giving birth in a hospital bill costs about $15,000 plus a 2 or 3 day stay afterwards. Giving birth with a midwife at home costs about $2,000. It is key to give birth at home. It is best to give birth at home because you have everything in your living space that's already going to be there. All the germs, all the bacteria, all the dog hair, all the particles that you are going to live in are there currently in your house that you live in, right? Giving birth in a hospital is really bad because it's a sterile environment.
I do know what she does for a living. I don't know if she's public about what exactly specifically it is, but basically she's like a script writer from what I hear. She just like writes scripts. She's even talked about how when she used to be a hop, that men would hit on her. And maybe if she shaved and took care of herself, I could see that happening. But yeah, she is somehow connected with that. Well, yeah, she's gonna give us many reasons why we shouldn't give birth in hospitals. Apparently, I mean, she's already compared it to pooping and explained how, the position we poop relates to giving birth and how the hospitals are doing it wrong. Ugh. Let us continue.
Being born by cesarean is actually really bad for you. I'm serious. It's really fucking bad for mom. And it's really fucking bad for baby. It's just a bad decision all around. And most cesareans that happen are absolutely fucking not necessary. Y'all, give me a guess here. What day of the week are cesareans most common? Have a guess right now. It's Friday because the doctor wants to go home. He wants to go home for his weekend. Eat his fucking...
A lot of people choose to get cesareans, though. If anyone wants to comment, are cesareans ever forced on people outside of medical complication shit? Like she's trying to paint this as like these men are just forcing women to get cesarean sections, and I don't think that's quite how it works. Hello, resting bitch face. Yeah, I imagine giving birth at home probably doesn't feel too good. I imagine those good slave drugs are definitely needed. Hello, Oblex.
Potato chips on his fucking $5,000 couch. Let's give her a C-section. Being born by cesarean can actually also alter your immune system for life because you're supposed to be born vaginally. Hello. But if you're born by cesarean, you're in mom, you're taken out of mom, and instead of being in a good environment, you're born into a completely sterile environment. And little baby's body adjusts to the surroundings immediately. So little baby's born, says, the world is sterile. Cool. Okay, got you, world. The world isn't sterile. But birth is so important. Your first moments of life are still life. And you can actually remember your birth if you do guided meditation. But I'm saying...
I don't know about that one. That one seems a bit fishy.
So your body, you're born, right? If you're born by cesarean, I'm sorry. But that can alter your immune system for life because your body adjusts immediately to a sterile environment. And then it's like, surprise, the world isn't actually sterile. Many years ago, back when I was a hop, I was on Tinder or some stupid ass dating website. And I would match with these guys and we would say hi. And then immediately I would say, do you like cats and dogs? Because I have a cat and I have a dog. And if you don't like cats and dogs, I'm sorry, we can't hang out. But so I would say, hi, do you like cats and dogs? This one guy.
Well, that's the thing, okay? In medieval times, women would die in childbirth constantly. It was a big issue, okay? In a hospital, you have access to, it's a life-threatening thing, basically, to give birth. And you'd want to be in a hospital for it. It's like, I would compare it to be like losing a limb. Yes, you'd want to be in a hospital for safety purposes. You lose a lot of blood. Like, it's a good chance you could die. Now that you mention it, it does kind of look like that, right? They even got like if you get her profile shot, the nose is kind of there. Like Queen's is more pronounced, but yeah, I see that. Now, Queen did a stream talking about how she was a clown in the title. Okay, made it seem like we were cool. Then all of a sudden makes a video, like a music video, making me look bad. What's up with that? The turncoats. So I'm going to clown on her on this channel, apparently, still. Until she stops. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, you could get the umbilical, like, this is what happened to my brother, is that you can have the umbilical cord wrapped around your throat, and it can strangle them and die. That's why you want to be in a hospital.
Match with, who's pretty cute. I said, hi, do you like cats and dogs? He said, yeah, they're okay, but I'm actually really allergic to both. I said, oh, does that run in your family? He was like, no one else in my family is allergic to cats or dogs. And I was like, were you born by cesarean? And he said, yes! Because his poor little baby body was ripped out of mom when she should have pushed him out naturally. I'm sure she could have put.
Okay, hold on. You just mentioned something that this is Queen, just add meth. Hold on just a second. Just a second. I didn't put this in my video. I thought about it, but I chose not to. But I will pop it up on this stream. Because why not? Just so that when she watches this, she can freak out about this as well. Okay, which one is it? Interesting. Interesting, huh? I'll just let that sit in for a second. So yeah, I think that might actually explain some of her behavior. Possibly. Quite possibly. You don't want to know. Queen of Spade is who we are referring to, and you do not want to know. You do not want to know who she is. And if, in fact, I would recommend that you just avoid them. You don't get in their path. No, this is Leah TV. This is the person we're reacting to. So this is Queen of Spade, I guess, if she went down the coke route. But okay, we'll get back to the video now.
Pushed him out naturally. And his immune system was altered for life, and he was deathly allergic to cats and dogs due to having been born in a hospital. And that happens all the time. It happens very frequently. C-sections are incredibly common. This moron I worked with was talking, I was eavesdropping on him talking to someone else. And he was talking about how his wife gave birth in a birthing center, which are pretty much a lot like hospitals, and it's better to just give birth at home. But if your options are a birthing center or hospital, go to a birthing center, but they're both moronic. Anyway, he was like, he was talking to this other coworker, and he was like, yeah, oh, my wife, we had the baby at the birthing center, and we just did everything we possibly could to get that baby out, but she was in labor forever, and so she just had to end up getting a C-section. And the woman he was talking to was like, oh, how long was she in labor for? And he said 26 hours. And I went, bro, that ain't shit. I know a woman who was in labor for 4 fucking days, and she gave birth at home because she knew that was best for her and best for baby. 26 hours ain't shit. Are you kidding me? Maybe this other moron.
Yeah, that could be it. That could be it. That would explain also the anger that she musters for these beliefs as well. Oh, hello, Kanish. All right. Let's hope some of this starts to make sense. See, here's the thing, though, about her videos. Bits and pieces of it you can almost agree with. But then she follows it up with something batshit.
Who I'm no longer friends with due to the fact that I'm a TERF. Thanks be to God. She was like, oh, when I give birth, I just want to be on all the drugs. I want to be on every single drug there is. I just want them to pump me with drugs. So what she meant by that was, I want my baby's very first experience in life to be on drugs. I want her to be born high as shit on drugs. Because when you're being born, you're still absorbing, you're still connected to mom. So you're still getting those drugs. So you dumbass want your fucking kid to be born on drugs. You're so fucking stupid. I'm sorry. I hope you don't have kids. I really don't.
I think the alternative generally could be worse. And I'm not even sure if that's actually true. Half tempted to look that up real quick. Let's see. Because the last time I looked something up that she claimed, I found in a quick Google search that it wasn't true. So just take a quick Google search. So I know that some people do opt out of anesthesia. It looks like there may actually be some credibility to this claim. Okay, fair enough. I'm getting conflicting things just by looking at it a little bit. But either way, see, some of the things she says could be true, but she's like giving medical advice by mixing a little bit of truth in with like insanity by comparing it to pooping. It looks like a mason jar without the lid. I don't know why. That was my first thought. It was either that or she's drinking vodka, or it could be water. And yeah, that's one of the big things that I was saying throughout is, people die a lot of times when they do births at home. It's just not something you should be doing. I mean, maybe if you're rich and famous and have like a whole medical team where you can basically have a hospital in your house, I guess maybe then you can get away with it, but not for the average person. Yeah, that's the first I've ever heard of that too. I've never heard of that. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't understand why your exit route would have anything to do with your allergies. I don't quite get how those things connect.
And that's the other thing about giving birth at home, or just giving birth in general. If you don't want to do it vaginally, if you want a scheduled C-section like an absolute fucking dumbass, if you don't want to breastfeed, if you want to be on drugs, I don't think you're cut out to be a mom. Sorry. It's okay. It's totally fine though. It's not for everyone. It's totally fine. Don't do it if you're not supposed to do it. If you can't imagine yourself giving birth, then like don't do it. All good. And if you want kids, adopt them. If you really don't want to give birth that badly, ain't no thing. It's not for you. It's totally cool. Just fucking admit it. Do y'all know what racial, ethnic group in the United States of America has the highest maternal death rate? I'm going to have you.
Why are we bringing up race now? Interesting. Oh, Leah TV, you're on thin ice here. You be careful with where you go next with this statement.
Yes. Take a guess. It's black women. Shocker, right? Except not at all, because doctors are racists and hospitals don't give a fuck about black women. Why the fuck?
All doctors are racist. All of them. Every single one. And they don't care about black women. So let that sink in for a moment. See, she says something reasonable. Okay, anesthesia with the giving birth. Okay, that seems like there's some questions there. And then she follows it up with all doctors are racist. Oh my god.
Fuck would they? Like, it fucking hurts my soul because that's horrible, and it's 100.
Oh, the black doctors don't care about black women, apparently, according to her. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of a racist statement, yeah. No, well, thank you, Alex. Listen. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen any examples of C-sections being related to allergies. That seems like a myth. That makes no sense.
100% avoidable. And these doctors don't know what the fuck they're doing. And all these like I know if you go to any apartment complex, knock on everyone's door, everyone has a horror story about birth because the doctor messed it up. The doctor fucked it up. The doctor wasn't there. The doctor gave her the wrong drugs. The doctor induced labor. You can't induce labor, by the way. That's not a thing. Sorry, asshats. You know what inducing labor is like? This is toothpaste. Inducing labor is like going like this, trying to get toothpaste out. It's not going to happen. You're going to make mom sick. You're going to make baby sick. You're going to fuck up them both. You're a dipshit. Don't give birth in a hospital. Okay.
I don't think the comparison is apt to a toothpaste container. Yeah, exactly. And she makes these comparisons. Don't make any sense. And yeah, that's the other point I was about to make. Yes, you that's what I was thinking the entire time. It's not. I've never heard of them squeezing people until the baby pops out. It's generally with medicine and shit. Oh. Yeah, it's a good thing she's hairy, and men probably won't be interested, because if she gets pregnant, she's going to end up dead with the kid. There's a good chance anyway. Yeah, it's definitely the Tumblr crap mixing in. I think that she really needs to do a basic Google search. I just don't understand where she gets some of this stuff from.
Anyway, going back to black women, what's so unfortunate about that is that back in the day, all the way back in the day, okay? Y'all know who were the best midwives in the world, not just in the fucking country, in the world. Okay? It was black slave midwives. African slave midwives were the best midwives in the fucking world because they didn't have shit to work with. If y'all are lucky, you get the herbs that you can get from the fucking farm or whatever. Maybe get.
Okay. And? Are you advocating we go back to that? Continue.
Some drugs, but they didn't have anything. They were working with, the wood house, maybe some water, maybe some food, maybe a fucking fireplace, bed.
The thing is like I said, I've looked through her old Twitter stuff that from before she had really had a channel. This is legit. You can almost watch her, some of her beliefs are different. Like at one point she was defending transgender people. Okay, but her beliefs do somewhat line up, and people like this do exist.
That's it. No drugs, little to no medical tools, giving birth without medical assistance, with a midwife assistant, probably, but without a fucking hospital, without a fucking forceps, without a fucking knife to cut you open, okay? None of that shit. That's why they were the best in the whole fucking world. But you know what happened? The white men came up and were like, we don't like this.
You mean they stopped being slave midwives? That's what happened. What is she trying to say here? I'm so confused. This feels vaguely racist.
So births at home are illegal in the state of Georgia. I'm serious. You can't give birth at home in the state of Georgia. It's illegal. So it's basically, so if that's illegal, then oppressing women by forcing them to give birth in hospitals. So it's basically like oppression by law. Oppression by, hashtag oppression by law. It makes me so mad. Okay, so again, if you can't imagine yourself giving birth, don't do it. Listen.
Oh, I hope you can't imagine yourself giving birth, because that is horrifying. I am imagining it, and I'm horrified. Yeah, this is revisionist history, and also I don't think she quite realizes what she's saying. And yes, Maxwell, I think that's the only option for her to come up with that doesn't make this, like I said, vaguely racist. Oh God.
You can have an orgasm while giving birth. I'm serious. But do you want to do that in front of some random fucking doctor you don't even know? No. That woman that I mentioned to you, that guy was talking about his wife, it was in labor for 26 whole hours. She couldn't relax. I'm not going to be able to relax in some random place I've never been. I'm going to be able to relax in my own home. That's why you ought to want to give birth in your own home. Giving birth is mental. It's a mental process. If you don't believe you can...
It's also a physical process and life-threatening. But we seem to have skipped that point. She is on the toilet because she was somehow trying to draw a comparison early in the video between the position of giving birth and the position of pooping, and how it just doesn't make sense. And she demonstrated it for us. And yes, I completely agree, Retro.
do it, you're not going to be able to do it. I'm sorry. Chances are.
And that's the end of part 1. There is a part 2. This one is 24 minutes long. I'm sure this will be the one where she redeems herself. Everything will start to make sense. Highest we have is 480p. That's a shame.
Sorry, I had to take that phone call. Anyway, I was saying about birth. I was saying about giving birth. Okay, I have this friend, and this is really not uncommon, honestly. I have this friend who, when she's very stressed out, she gets really tense. Plenty of people do. But the way that you manifest that tension, the way that people physically manifest tension, because tension is physically manifested in your actual body, right? it's all different. Some people get tense, you know, in their back. Some people get tense in their arms. Some people get really tense. Everyone is tense in their neck. It's a lot of different things, but you know, sometimes that tension can manifest very specifically. Like this gal friend I knew, she got tension in her sphincter in her booty. Okay, not her ass cheeks, right? In her actual like booty hole. That's a muscle. Okay, and when she was really stressed out about something, she couldn't take a shit. Like no matter what she did, she couldn't do it. And that's very common, you know, and if you're really stressed out,
I see why she's in the bathroom for this video. There seems to be constant references to poop.
giving birth in a hospital because a man is you don't know is pumping you with drugs and you're on your back, which is a really fucking stupid, gravitationally nonsensical way to give birth.
Look at the way she describes that. A man you don't know is pumping you full of drugs while you're on your back. Like the way she words that. Oh, man, her worldview is so fucked. You can tell that she's clearly got some deep-seated issues.
Wow, you're going to be stressed out. You are going to be stressed out, I promise you. So also C-sections, they stop the chemical process of giving birth and they increase postpartum depression in women. And again, it's also like medical abuse a lot of the time. It's medical abuse. I just can't stress how important it is to like actually want to be a mom, because plenty of these people who have kids in hospitals, these morons who have kids in hospitals, who give birth in hospitals, they don't actually want to be parents. They just want a baby for social media likes. They don't know anything about kids. They don't know anything about raising kids. They don't know anything about child development. And so I'm just a little bit confused as to why someone like that would want to have a kid. Like, you can't just want a baby, because babies grow into children. And anyone being like, oh, I want the epidural. I want to have an epidural when I give birth. Okay, 1, that's not good for you. 2, that's not good for the baby. 3, you have to go out of your way to do that dumb shit. 4, I don't think you should be a mom. You're clearly not responsible enough to be a mom. I don't give a fuck. Do people say things like, oh yeah, I want to have kids, but when my daughter's 5, I'm just not interested in ages like 5 to 11. So I'm going to go live in a different country from the time she's 5 to the time she's 11. And then when I come back, she's 11, we'll just pick up where we left off. And then I'll be your dad again. Like,
I missed the transition there. How do we jump from what you were just saying to this? She's all over the place.
I'll be her mom again. You can't do that. So when I hear someone being like, "Oh, I want an epidural," that's what I hear. It's like, it's what I hear is, I want to miss out being completely present on my child's birth.
Okay? She just compared like leaving for years to being, a little incoherent during her child's birth. Wow. See, I didn't even make that connection because it didn't make sense. This person's nuts. Oh, she's like perpetually pissed off. Perpetually. Like, she had to disable her comment section because she kept threatening people with violence and getting suspended. I'm sure there were tons of gems that were just lost forever in there. She hates the hops. I think she hates the handmaidens of the patriarchy more than men.
Saying you want to miss out, you want to be disconnected from your child from the get-go. I know you shouldn't be a mom in that case. And I'm not saying like, oh, you're a horrible mother for giving birth in these dumbass ways, because plenty of women don't know, right? But it's like, it's actually your responsibility to become educated about this before you give birth. It's your responsibility as a mother. And if you're not going to take that responsibility, then I just don't think you're responsible. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I can somewhat agree with that. See, now here's the sane statement. Now, I assume in the next minute or so, she's going to say something completely batshit. Because that's usually how this seems to go.
And I'm not saying this to be like, oh, women. I'm not saying, oh, women who don't want to have kids suck. No, y'all are great, awesome.
That is a word. Now, if you watch my video, I kind of go over her vocabulary. Hops are handmaidens of the patriarchy. They are women who are propagating the patriarchy and are essentially helping men oppress women. They wear makeup, slave paint, rape shoes, heels. They shave, unlike our dear friend here.
Awesome. I'm pro being child free. If that's what you're into. Be my guest. But like, don't have kids unless you want to have kids. Like, think about if you want to actually birth a child.
Well, that's the thing too. She doesn't look at it from the other side or present her argument well, and she just sort of like gets angry and like beats you over the head with it. And yes, toe knob, definitely. Rape shoes are heels, apparently. Well, I don't know what she means by heels. Like, as far as I know, she could mean like platform shoes could also be considered rape shoes. Like, she's not specific. I assume that there's like a certain level of heel she would approve of, right? But who knows?
Or if you want to adopt. Because like, you can't you shouldn't want your child to be born on drugs, and you shouldn't want to be on drugs when you're giving birth to your child. You should want to avoid that. Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. Another thing that hospitals do, this just makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. Oh my god, I'm so mad just thinking about it. Okay, because birth in American hospitals, and most hospitals, but especially American hospitals, is so like McDonald's-ized, and so women are practically put. And I think it's partially due to the baby boomers having been a thing. So they had to get women to give birth in the most efficient ways possible, which is bullshit, because it's men telling women how to give birth. Fucking duh. Why the fuck do you guys want to give birth in hospitals? Why the fuck do you women want to give birth in hospitals? What's wrong with you? Why do you want a man to tell you what to do? Why do you want a man's institution to tell you what to do, how to give birth? They can't.
Wow. There's so much to digest with that. Okay. Why are hospitals inherently a men's institution? Isn't the medical field dominated mostly by women? Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You see, the way I kind of took it as if like wearing heels and shit like that was her implying that they were asking for it. And that was where I thought she was going with it. But who knows? She doesn't explain herself very well. I'm trying to troll Leah TV into coming in here to make some death threats my way. I think mansplaining to her is the best way.
They can't. If you're too fucking stupid to get that, then don't have kids, because you're not going to raise a smart child. Anyway, what upsets me so much is when you come out of mom, you're still connected to her by the umbilical cord, right? And what's the reason for that is that blood from mom is still being transferred to baby. The baby needs that blood. You ought to be fucking observant, like most people aren't, and watch that fucking cord, and as long as it's pumping, do not cut it. Do not cut it. That is the last thing you want to fucking do. In hospitals, they get you out, they cut it immediately. That is so fucking stupid. That is so fucking dumb. And any midwife, any woman who's actually given birth naturally can tell you how fucking stupid that is. You're not supposed to cut the cord immediately, because that's like basically a blood transfusion that your baby's receiving. It's necessary. Your baby needs that blood. So when you cut that cord immediately upon giving birth, your baby misses out on a lot of blood she could have received, and then her body has to work, a freaking baby, teeny tiny newborn has to work way harder to create more blood, because we create our own blood, but like you should not, that's like basically giving your kid an injury. That's like basically ensuring that your kid loses a lot of blood immediately upon being born. You don't want to do that to your kid. You don't want to do that to your kid. Oh my gosh. Okay, what else can I talk about? I guess I can talk about birth control, even though I felt like that was a whole nother video, but let's just...
Now, one of her old tweets implies she hates birth control. It's an industry dominated by men. Apparently everything's just dominated by men, except for her. Nope, she's a free, non-hop woman.
Let's talk about it, because I got time. So, don't use birth control. Literally, don't do it. Birth control was created by men for women. For men. Birth control was created by men so that they could fuck women, so they could hopefully not be less likely to get them pregnant. Okay?
Yes, that's definitely why it was created. It was definitely not at all to, help keep people not have unwanted pregnancies or any way to help women. No, it was definitely created by a bunch of sex-hungry men. Wow. The patriarchy is out to get everybody. I mean, everybody is just out to get the women. There's a video where she has Woman Up that maybe we'll watch after this. And then I want to watch her free bleeding video where she explains why it's good to free bleed, which, by the way, is a 4chan troll. Apparently. Or you could just adopt Leah TV's other policy of being a hairy beast, and then you won't have to worry about getting pregnant, ever.
Did it work out that way? Not exactly, but kind of, yeah. Like, women, I get so annoyed when I hear a woman being on birth control or any kind of pharmaceutical birth control, because, like, 1, you don't fucking need that. 2, it was created by men. 3, y'all think about where the fuck they tested that shit. No one knows. I don't know. I have no idea where they tested birth control, but they probably tested it on disadvantaged women first. Like, so maybe women had to die in order for you to get your stupid ass birth control pills that you don't fucking need.
She's implying that there was secret human testing done for birth control pills that killed people. Okay. I haven't quite heard those conspiracy theories yet, but I'm open to it. Generally, there's, regulations in place So they keep people from dying as test subjects.
A few years ago, I remember there were these commercials that irked me so much for Yaz. I think it was some kind of like birth control pharmaceutical, like, or I mean hormonal, like hoop or ring or something you would put in you, and the commercials were they were always of this woman, this really like attractive woman, being at like a party with her friends or like a bar with her friends or something. And one of them would be like, I'm thinking of starting a new birth control. And then the fucking dumbass fake doctor would be like, Yaz, blah, 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 blah. Like so it was called Yaz, YAZ. And these commercials annoyed me so fucking much because they were so fucking stupid. Like she would just go into her little like doctor spiel about how Yaz works. And that was the commercial. Okay. But I remember this so specifically because
yeah, a lot of the things she's doing is very regressive. Like if anything, it's like she's taking a step back in woman equality. Like I don't get it. I know that's true. But I'm not for sure of the specifics for birth control, but wow.
not very much longer later, there were a ton of commercials asking you if you knew any woman who had died from consequences of using Yaz, and you might be able to obtain legal help. Call this number. Birth control can kill you. You don't need it. Birth control can harm you.
I just don't know what any of this has to do with giving birth in hospitals.
And you don't need that shit. It's a known fact that birth control pills cause breast cancer. Everyone knows that, but people aren't really told that. I know a lot of women, I can't count on all my toes and all my fingers of how many women I own, including me, who got pregnant while on birth control. Okay? It doesn't work. It's not reliable, and it can kill you. And it has killed other women. Maybe they're testing on women in prisons. Maybe that's where they're getting some of their information, some of their medical input, is by testing it on women in prisons. And no, they're still doing that shit. They're still giving women hysterectomies and experimenting on them and shit in prisons in the United States of America. Okay? So that's what birth control is. And birth control also says that the whole onus of controlling your body, the whole onus of whether or not a child is born from heterosexual sex is laid completely on the woman. The woman is completely responsible for it.
Sure. My Twitter is in the description if you want to shoot me a message. There, I'll post it in the chat too. But yeah, this lady is like out there, that's for sure. Hold on.
That shit's so dumb. It annoys me so much. It's like, if you're going to have heterosexual sex, if you're a woman and you're going to have sex with a man, take responsibility. Learn your fucking body, okay? Okay, so you can do this thing called fertility awareness method, where you can figure out when your fertile periods are. And if you do or do not want a child, you can either have sex during those periods or not have sex during those periods. I've done it. I've had unprotected sex with a guy I trusted while not on my period, or while on my period, not within my fertile window. Never got pregnant. Never got pregnant. Because they fucking know me and I have autonomy over me. That's what birth control does not teach women. Birth control is a fucking ball and chain to an industry controlled and owned and regulated by men. Cut your fucking chain off, bitch. Stand up, be a real woman. You don't need birth control. You don't fucking need birth control. Okay, here's another thing. I'm sorry about the bullshit sound going on here. There's construction happening in the near apartment by me. Anyway.
Well, she's had friends here on YouTube, and they were going to do a woman's podcast. But they had a big falling out, and from what I can tell, is she seems to do well in the radical feminist circles. However, I don't know. She does seem to alienate a few people. But here's the thing: none of her friends that were in the women's podcast seem to go along with a lot of her weird beliefs. Like, as far as I can tell, is they shave and, you know, seem mostly normal compared to her. So it's interesting. Hold on, we'll see if we can get Kanish quotes up here. Well, some of them have been in IRL streams with her. Those are still on her channel if you want to check those out. But, I mean, she seems sociable.
As far as like...
Oh. Welcome, Kanish.
Hi. Long time.
It's been a while, yeah.
We share the same hairstyle now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we may or may not be skinheads.
Yeah. It's good to have it short.
Oh yes, it saves a lot of time, and you just get out of bed. Yeah, nobody can tell whether you have showered or not, unless you open your mouth.
True. Hold on, we'll see if I can. Your volume's a bit quiet. I'm seeing if there's a way for me to up it, but it doesn't look like it.
Is it better?
There you go.
And don't mind me my mukbang sounds because I'm having my breakfast. This woman was first showcased years ago by Shoe on Head, where she was talking about the whole shaving is bad and slave paint and rape shoes and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know they had a bit of a back and forth, but a lot of those, like, I think she had replied to her as well. And they also, there was another one, Calvin Guerra. It was a trans YouTuber that responded to her with Blair White. And that was the DMs with her. You are a woman, you are a woman, and just freaking out.
Yes. She behaves like the caricature you would see on a comedy skit, actually. She actually behaves like that.
Yes,
So the sad part is
absolutely.
parody. If someone acts like a parody in real life, it's terrifying.
Oh yeah. And Resting Bitch Face says it best. That's true. It's like the Kiwi Farms page said something like scientifically engineered to embarrass feminists, and that's about
Mhm.
accurate.
Maybe she's a double agent. Perhaps she's working for the, I don't know, patriarchy herself.
She's a right-wing performance actor.
Yeah. I wouldn't even
Yeah,
call her right. More like one of those toxic masculinity brigade, the guys who meet up in a volcano to decide
yeah,
how can we oppress women every day.
yes. Well, I'll start the video just a second, but based on her old Twitter, she is like one of those far left Antifa types as well. So
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
it's
Communist.
about what you.
In my country they are called Marxists and
Yeah,
Maxwell.
her friend Ella Androphobia is a full-on Marxist and admits it. So
Hmm. They never get anything done. They never win elections. Trust me.
not if they act like this.
Like pro-liarism and pro-choice goes, we need to stop. I think we just need to stop with that language because it's not fucking getting us anywhere. And pro-liars are like, I'm truly, honestly convinced that they are mentally limited because pro-liars don't they don't understand basic shit about pregnancy. They're not educated at all. They don't know anything about childbirth, and they don't care about women. They only want the babies birthed. There are plenty of single moms out there who could use help more than the help that's provided to them by social services or whatever. But pro-liars don't care about them because they're on their own. But they care about the unborn fucking stupid ass fetuses for some reason. Anyway, personally, I know that we need to change our language about like pregnancy because when I hear the word pregnant, that means that chances are there will be a baby. It will result in a baby, right? If a woman is pregnant, she gives birth to a baby. Okay. If a woman is inseminated, she's a zygote in her, she's going to have an abortion, she's not pregnant. I mean, for lack of a better term, she's pregnant, but like when I was pregnant for a grand total of like 4 or 5 weeks, I said I was inseminated. I said I had been inseminated. And what happened there was I had sex with a guy during my most fertile day. Okay. There's like a
Stop.
24 48 hour window when you are most fertile
Pause.
and your freaking uterus is just like dripping.
Stop. Pause.
Yeah.
Inseminated means the seed has been, or the sperm has just hit the egg, and that's the moment it got inseminated. Whether it survives, whether it forms a clump that goes into a baby or something, that is when pregnancy comes in. So it doesn't matter if he carried it for 2 weeks or 4 or the full 9 months, she is still pregnant. She's pregnant with a fetus. She's pregnant with a clump of cells. Inseminated means someone that it hit the egg, but it happens that the body sometimes throws it out. It doesn't survive, whatever. But
So you
she
think
is
she's trying to
just
play word games?
she's trying to play word game, but she's not very good at it. Honestly, I can make this woman cry. Honestly, if I get into a debate with her, honestly.
You'd probably invoke her into a rage. I don't know how if I ever do get her on a stream, it's probably going to be a shit show.
Oh yes, I'm gonna sit there with a notepad and a pen because people like this who like to go on tangents. It's so much fun to just let them first talk, then gather whatever they said. I saw this with like a fellow who's a journalist. He does that. He comes on panels, then he makes a note of everything that the person says. A lot of emotional, nationalist nonsense. Then he dissects it one by one, and he always has the last word. Trust me, it helps.
Especially with people like this who say just the most absurd shit and they contradict themselves in their own arguments.
Oh yes, because
With
there's, yeah,
lubricant
play
dripping.
play the video.
with secretion being like, hey, I got an egg out, it's ready, what's good. Got with a guy on that day. But I was like, it's cool, we'll use a condom. Ain't no thing. So we use a condom, and then I'm super paranoid about that. So right afterwards, I was like, is the condom okay? Is it done? Is it fine? Is it on? And he was like, I think it was leaking the whole time. And I was like, well, I'm pregnant. Yeah, you just impregnated me, dumb shit. He didn't stop to say like, hey, we need a new condom. Anyway, then I was inseminated because I had absolutely no intention of having that baby. It wasn't a baby, it was a fetus anyway. So I was trying to tell him, and he kept not responding to me. And I knew I was gonna get rid of it. I knew it. Okay, there was no question in my mind because this guy was and is a total complete loser. I should never have had sex with him, but it was too late at that point. So I was trying to tell him, and he kept avoiding me, and he avoided me for like 4 straight days, and then finally I called him, and I was like, can you please come over tonight? I have something I really want to tell you, and I don't want to do it over the phone, and I don't want to do it over text. And he was like, well, look, I'm kind of trying to find a place to live right now, and it's really stressful. And I said, fuck you, I'm pregnant. And he was like, this is literally what he said. He said,
He has to be a loser if he agreed to sleep with her, honestly.
Here's the thing, though. There's a post from someone who like is another YouTuber who was her friend, says that she wasn't always like this. She went crazy at some point.
I guess too many frequent abortions had caused damage to her body.
Well, we also found a post of her claiming she used to do cocaine, so that may have something to do with it. She may have gone into coke madness.
Yeah, maybe she snorted broken glass like that comedian.
Oof.
Artie Lange, that's his name. He snorted broken glass.
Wow. Oof. All right, we're almost done with this one, and then we can get into free bleeding, which is something we can all collectively laugh at.
Oh yeah.
Your immaculate conception, bitch, and hung up the phone. I don't know why these women give men like that a child. Why would you ever want to have a child with some dumb shit, fugly ass, irresponsible, rude piece of shit man like that? Y'all need to take responsibility. A kid needs their father. You can't just be like, oh, I want to like cut a corner. Oh, my kid isn't going to have a dad, but it's cool. And sometimes it is cool, right? Sometimes you turn out okay, but like that's always a wound if you don't know your father, if you don't have your father in your life. That's always a wound that's going to be there, and it's never just going to like go away.
See, she doesn't completely hate the patriarchy then.
Yeah, I mean, right now she's saying that it's good to have a family, like a single motherhood, as something that is apparently celebrated by a lot of feminists, these quote unquote. They say, hey, you know what? It's like she's saying it's good to have a father. I sort of agree with her on this. Like, yes, do not get pregnant with a guy who's a loser. But again, are you really that high, or are you really that careless with yourself that you got pregnant with this dude who can't even put on a condom properly? I'm sorry. You have drunken whore syndrome. I'm sorry.
And she also, in another video, was like, oh, they changed their name to their spoon drag husbands, like shaming women for having like a family or whatever. So like, you gotta pick one here.
That's fine. I mean, a lot of women don't bother. Like my sister, she had so much paperwork that had to be changed. She just enrolled in a university, and this was a government university, so it would take actually a lot longer than completing the course than it would take to change the last name. So she decided to keep her original name. She's a mother of 2, and she's 40 years old, and she still has her birth name.
No, so, that makes sense. But yeah, they're shitting on people for not doing it, though?
Well, she does shit a lot. I mean, she's pooping from her mouth right now. All these opinions are indeed poop. I mean, she does try to start with a valid point like this. I do agree with the whole family thing that given a chance, avoid getting pregnant with someone who you just met or you don't know or is not settled in life. But then she follows it with what? leaky condom because she was trying to maintain her balance on the on the drain of the Walgreen parking. What the fuck? I don't know. The
See,
only
that's the
thing,
thing.
the kind of sex that happens with such sloppiness is the one that you have behind the bushes in a park or behind your van in a fucking Walmart parking. Honest.
Yeah, and I agree that she doesn't really know what she believes, and like she goes back and forth. I think that we're dealing with someone who has a lot of rejection in their life, right?
Oh yes.
Because they speak with such bitterness about this stuff, yet they go back and forth and act like at the same time like they long for a family, they long for children at the same time.
Yeah, but then this whole bitterness becomes something of a reflex where they cannot see anyone, see anything good in anybody. So it's like, how what Queen does. You all people do this. You all people do that. It's something on those level, although Queen is a fraud, honestly. Kind of things that I know, I don't like to talk about it. But this woman is broken, it seems. And
She's
you can see it.
misanthropic as
Like,
hell.
yes. So this sort of like she feels that there is enlightenment, but I mean, yes, you have experience in life. She looks like she's in her late 30s. So there is experience in life. You have spent a lot of time on this planet. So you do learn a thing or two. You do get some experience. But the kind of enlightenment she's referring to, this is like she actually basks in the misery. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but based on what my life experiences and what I have observed in people, is like she enjoys more the shock value. That's it. Where everybody, well, it's like when someone is like, she starts talking and she's like, for example, she's sitting in a coffee shop with a bunch of people. Some of them she's meeting for the first time and all that. And then she'll start with these crazy opinions, and she's not interested in what she's saying. She's more interested in how you are going to react to it. And this is not trolling, like you want to get a reaction out of people. No, this is not trolling, because she's also damaging herself in that process. Like, let me make myself so damaged that you will be scared by the sight of me. It's like how self-harm works, where you hurt yourself physically, trying to hurt, say, your parents or your spouse or your partner. This is similarly like psychological self-harm. I'm sorry, I know I'm not like a trained therapist or something, but this becomes a mindset. It's like the class clown, but a more grotesque form of a class clown. This is what it is. Like how
Yeah,
Nicocado started, how Trisha Paytas started. Like she started as a troll where she would talk these stupid things, but now the thing is like the damage has been so severe that she doesn't know how to function properly. She's become so dysfunctional.
hold on. I want
Wow,
to bring
that was
one
good.
thing
I'm
up.
proud of it. That was good.
Yeah, yeah, I think that was a good dissect. But hold on, I want to pop something up. This is the post from her
Mm-hmm.
friend that was on YouTube. I actually knew Leah when she started to lose her fucking mind. She was in love with a trans friend of ours, and when he hit his second or third anniversary with his partner, and she still wasn't
Okay.
in a relationship, she went nuts. She often whined about how she was supposedly to be the one married with kids by the time she was 25 and couldn't understand why she couldn't stay in a relationship. She literally stalked the men she had dated when they broke up and with her and talked about casting spells on people she had crushes on to fall in love with her rather than getting to know them. It was all really sad and pretty unhinged at the time. It's very disturbing to see what her loneliness has turned her loneliness has turned her into this.
Love spells don't work. Trust me, I have tried.
But
Or else I'll be sleeping with I'll be having orgy with Thor, Wolverine, and Brad Pitt.
yeah, and she has a video titled "My Peak Trans Story," which basically is her version of that event. And yeah,
Wow.
so this is verified. That's legit. So she was at one time was sane.
Mhm.
I think she even says in one of her things she used to be a hop. Oh.
The stereotype that the most regressive stereotype, like the same thing that some people like say that, hey, this woman is a lesbian because she hasn't found the right men yet, or she has begun to hate men and that's why she chooses to be a lesbian, something like that. You're muted. I think you're talking.
What was that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little in and out, but I can hear you.
Yeah, so she's basically presenting herself as how like the regressive um, caricature of like say a gay man or a lesbian woman that people present that hey, she hasn't found the right man yet, so that's why she's seeking out. That's why she's like this. So, but of course she's. I don't think she's a lesbian from what I can tell. But it's like
No, I think she's
she acts
bisexual.
that way. Maybe she
I
just wants
think
to keep. Let's see whatever sticks.
I don't know. I mean, she mainly talks like I think the only thing I've heard about was her with men, but there's also the thing with the trans friend. So I don't know exactly what her stance is on everything.
Yeah.
Let's get through this because I don't think the last 6 minutes are going to redeem it.
So, I had absolutely no intention of having that kid. I had absolutely zero intention of carrying it to term. I was like fucking Dumbledore in fucking Harry 5 when he's like, I have no intention of going to Azkaban. I'm not gonna fucking come quietly. And he fucking apparates out of there. But anyway, that's what I was like. I was like, there's no way I'm having this moron's kid. And I didn't want to have an abortion either because I've known a lot of women who have had abortions in hospitals and been medically abused for it. Been medically abused during it. And that's not a good experience to have. But I was like, okay. So I found out I was pregnant. I was like, okay, I have this amount of time to make myself miscarry. And if I don't do it, I'll just get an abortion at school. Luckily, mom was able to miscarry. It's really easy to do. All you have to do, well, first of all, you have to be fucking like knowing what your fertility is. You have to be aware. You have to be aware of your fertile windows. So I knew that was my hottest ovulation day. So I knew immediately I was pregnant. I knew it. You know, you can't just be like la 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 walking through life like being completely stupid and not being conscious of anything. You have to take responsibility for yourself as a woman. You have to. You have to. And if you're not going to, then don't have sex with men. Get with women instead. Like if you don't want to
Do you have
Okay, I mean, I agree with the whole take responsibility because again,
Yeah.
ultimately, you're gonna one who's gonna carry the child. The whole child is going. The maximum impact would be on your life. I understand, but it's like, yeah, I sort of agree with her that yes, if you feel there is a high risk of pregnancy and you are not with a, but I don't think miscarriage should be celebrated like this. It is a traumatic procedure to the body and your mind both. And
Yeah.
multiple miscarriages can cause permanent damage to some extent. Doctors also agreed, like avoid frequent abortions, and too many miscarriages are a cause of concern. Like
Yeah, I
there might
think
be
it
something
also
really, really wrong.
if you ever want I think also if you want to ever have kids later, it like makes it harder. It makes it have more
Yes, it does.
complications.
It causes more because again, if you're having frequent miscarriages, means there is something wrong. The body is killing that thing and wants to throw it out. Throw it out. That is what it is. Miscarriage is when it happens on its own without you wanting to have it or getting a medical procedure done. So essentially, a miscarriage means something is wrong. Either you ate something bad that's causing it, or your body has a problem. It can be anything. Again, I'm not a doctor, but from what I know about all this, I have, like, I have witnessed some pretty close pregnancies in my life of close family members. So,
Yeah,
wow.
I clearly I think we know more than she does because this is I don't know like where does she get this from? Tumblr, right? Isn't that what we said? Tumblr.
Yeah,
I know she's on.
this sounds like pre-purge Tumblr. Honestly, I used to be like access Tumblr for porn, and the kind of stuff that you do if you did a Tumblr dive back in the days before they decided to purge everything, and now Tumblr is just another like a gossip site. It looks just like how you if you try to open a Yahoo page, it just looks like that now. There's nothing there which can be you can go through it. There's still plenty of porn, but it's now very, very hard to find.
Yeah,
So
her
earlier it was
Instagram is
very
disgusting.
easy. Yeah, earlier it was very easy. And the amateur porn that you would find there was on a different level. And there you'll find like a weird comment. You click on it, you go in there, and you'll find, oh my God, what is this? What have I turned myself into? I have seen things that and I don't kink shame anyone, but I have seen things. I'm like, dude, that's gonna injure you permanently, but they're doing it.
Yeah.
So it's on a
Mage.
level.
Oh, sorry. Finish what you're saying.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mage. Apparently, birth control was created by horny men of the patriarchy so that they can continue to have sex with women.
Yeah, and also I think she made a point. Maybe I misheard her. Is like they want to use birth control to permanently damage women so they can continue to use them as sex objects without having to deal with pregnancy, childbirth, and shit.
Yeah. It's she seems to take everything as like she sees everything from the lens of increasing her personal slavery. She seems to see like that she is the only liberated person, that all these other people are actually slaves.
This is exactly like how the Westboro Baptist Church is. And I remember, I don't know if it was Tyra Banks or Oprah, I don't know who it was, who had invited the Westboro Baptist Church lady and her children to her show. And so she asked her, so according to you, how am I going to be saved? Like, what I need to do in order to redeem myself so I can be good enough as per your standards? And the lady could not provide a answer, and she went on, God did this, there is sin going on, you people do this, people do that, the world is paying a price. So like, so is there a way I can redeem myself? Like, okay, fine, I have to do certain things, and what do I have to give up for this? What should I do? The lady had nothing to say. She could not tell her, okay, fine, you know what, you pray 5 times a day, you wear a certain type of clothes, or you give up eating certain food, or anything. Was there any formula there? Nope. All she had was these pseudo intellectual word salad that didn't add up. So like the host asked her like 3 or 4 times, and I don't know it was Tyra Banks or it was Oprah. I think it was Tyra Banks because it was not a very intelligent conversation.
Hmm.
So, but then again, that was like a basic rudimentary question. So how do I save myself? As the Westboro Baptist Church says, you guys are doomed. Like if I talk to say a fucking jihadi who wants to blow my head, if I agree to convert to Islam and I read the kalma, which is like the uh, the slogan of Islam, after which you become a Muslim and then you live by their rule. So if I actually choose, if he's standing there trying to chop my head, and if I agree to follow his religion and convert, then technically I'm saved. They'll be happy. But with these people like this, there is no end to it, because
No.
they have. It's like they are only interested in doom. Because first she said birth control is stupid. Then she said my body, my rule, free bleeding, fuck
Hmm.
with anyone. Then she's like, don't get abortions at the hospital because they'll destroy you. So where do we like? There has to be some place. Where do you want to settle down? What to do? Tell me, lady. You told me what not to do. Can you tell me what to do?
Fucking-
How should I live and how should I exist? How should I function? You tell me no sex ever, be a celibate. At least that's one position.
Uh,
Celibacy is a thing in societies. People
okay.
take vow of celibacy. Follow
I
or not
found
follow is a different thing. Yeah.
yeah, I found a screenshot of her talking about birth control. I'll throw that up real quick
Okay.
because I do in fact like dissecting some
Mhm.
of this crap, because maybe on some level we'll get through to her. Oh wait, this is the wrong one.
Yeah, the term for her is called cognitive dissonance. Basically, she's got so much going on in her head. Like kind of people who just run around, they're always like gasping for air, tired, but they never get anything done. You'll see them running around all day, but nothing will be completed because they don't want to
Hmm.
complete one thing at a time. Uh, Birth
Go.
control is a ball and chain to an industry run by men. Therefore, it should be obvious to all women that it doesn't have the best interest in mind. Birth control actually increases the demand for abortion due to how frequently it fails.
It increases the demand for abortion.
Yeah, like okay, I kind of see her point here. There's like if you have an unreliable type of birth control which is known to fail with a high failure rate, yet you convince yourself this is gonna work. But I don't think that
I think
when
people are
you
gonna fuck
have
either way. I think even if it has a low chance of working, it still has a chance. It's still better than nothing.
no, another thing that people don't like, all the abortion debate pro and against it, they sort of do not acknowledge is that you have 90% accuracy pregnancy kits available at dollar store for pennies, just like you've got condoms in vending machines. So you can actually, you don't even have to go through the procedure of, cutting open the fetus and stuff like that. The whole, I don't like the idea of a late term abortion, but again, my country follows the 3-month rule, which I feel is a safe middle path for pro
Yeah.
choice and pro life. But if it's caught in the very early days, extremely early days, it's just like a small little pimple. It's size of a small peppercorn. There are medicines that will simply wash it out of your body. You'll just have a really big period. And there are medicines that will flush it out of your body. You don't even have to go through the knife. I don't know, there are women here who can confirm this. Because a friend of mine, it did happen. She did have a one night stand. Idiots didn't use protection because this is India. So they then decided, then she kept a watch on her. She used a pregnancy kit almost every day to make sure it did become positive. She went to the doctor, got it confirmed, and then the doctor gave her a pill. And the next 2-3 days, she was asked to watch what happened and like watch her flow. It did came out and things were clean. She didn't have to go through the knife. She didn't have to wait 4 months or anything like that. Yeah, plan B is different. Plan B is like you take immediately, and then there is one which is like, fine, now the insemination has taken place and we have a seed. But there are medicines that can even wash it out in the very early stages as well. And I'm shocked that nobody brings that up. Of course, it is a little vigilant. Oh my God, do I have to do a pregnancy test every day? I'm like, yeah, if you want to avoid
Well,
surgery.
the
And
thing
go
is, she
through
would
the
see
night.
all of that and say that's all a man's industry. It's all controlled by men.
Well, honey, you have a bio industry in your body that the nature has supplied you. Don't you think you should do something to manage it? If somebody at least has found a solution to manage it and be functional, seriously.
And yeah, it's exactly the point I was making, Mage, is that even if a birth control, whether it's 100% effective or 20% effective, taking it
Mhm.
automatically makes the abortion rate lower, just because people aren't getting pregnant, even if it's 20%.
By the way, she's actually in favor of being promiscuous and premarital sex. So I don't know what is she going, because she's not even taking the conservative approach where, you don't have sex before marriage and you don't fuck around and you try to find a partner and you settle down. But she's not even taking that approach as well, because
She's
apparently
like
men are
taking the
losers
insane.
and go marry.
She's taking the insane approach of where you should have a bunch of promiscuous sex, but like not take any birth control, so you do get pregnant early, unprepared, which is what the whole point of her previously, what she was trying to say, don't do.
Yeah, and so she celebrated a miscarriage, which means, so her solution is that if you do get pregnant with a loser that you don't want to marry, you don't want to get an abortion, throw yourself down the stairs hoping you'll have a miscarriage.
Apparently, but don't
Or
worry,
drink, drink, drink what was that? Dhatura. Like there's like a herb which is supposed to be toxic, and you drink it and it's supposed to give you like explosive diarrhea, it's supposed to give you explosive periods. And then the whole
apparently
thing flushes out.
everyone drinks nightshade. Apparently,
Yeah, nightshade. That's what it's called, nightshade or
yeah.
something. I don't know.
But I'm almost done with this nonsense.
Be responsible about it. Don't do it. Anyway, so I just ate all the shit you're not supposed to eat while you're pregnant. Drank a shit ton of fucking coffee. I
See,
had
he
so good.
induced miscarriage by pushing herself. Oh my God. So she did poison herself. There's a legend in my country that if you eat raw papaya, it's going to cause a miscarriage, which is a very famous thing. And I don't know how true it is, but this is how it is popular here, that
Papaya?
people stay away from papaya. And it's like, yeah, it's a tropical fruit. And it's like,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
she drank a lot of coffee and she drank a lot of whatever. And oh my God. So she did push herself down the stairs to cause a miscarriage. Oh my God. Oh
I've never heard the whole papaya thing. She's also saying in this video
It's a
about
cultural thing.
coffee.
It is said that like papaya is supposed to be very, very healthy, but it is said that a pregnant woman should not eat papaya. I don't know how accurate
Okay.
it is, but this is a common belief. So if you
Okay.
are in a house and you have a mother or any grandmother there, she will forbid the woman who's expecting to have papaya.
Yeah. What about
Otherwise,
coffee?
papaya is very healthy.
What about
Doctors say
coffee?
avoid coffee, avoid smoking, avoid coffee, tea, smoking, heavy stuff.
Yeah,
Doctors do advise you to change your diet during pregnancy. I think that's more to do because your digestion also is somewhat disturbed during that time.
I
Yeah,
know they.
resting bitch face,
What I say?
self-abuse, throwing yourself down the stairs to cause a miscarriage. This is what she's
Yeah,
advocating, or maybe drink nightshade, or I don't know, ricin or something. Who cares?
I've never heard
Have
the
a
whole
lot.
"don't drink coffee while pregnant." Everyone I know while pregnant will still drink coffee sometimes.
No, they do, but the thing is that some people have like very sensitive, like blood pressure thing, where the blood pressure goes up and down and their body swells up. So their doctors say avoid these things that may make it worse. Because if your blood pressure actually shoots really high during the pregnancy or
Yeah,
around the time you're going to have deliver the baby, that is a life-threatening situation. It might kill
that's true.
you because it can cause your body to go into shock. I know someone who had that kind of a pregnancy. She suddenly had a blood pressure shot and her body swelled up within like 10 minutes. By the time they reached the hospital, she was swelled like her head was swelled like a melon. So
Moral of the story: don't listen to Leah TV. Don't even listen to us. Definitely consult a doctor on this issue.
yes, talk to a doctor, spend some money, talk to
You
your
know,
mom, talk to your grandmother, talk to any
just
woman who has had multiple children, healthy children.
yeah,
Yeah, like
definitely.
Maxwell says, parsley can cause miscarriage. Similarly, there's a belief about papaya. So this woman will actually sprinkle parsley on a papaya and she's going to eat a salad of it because the guy she met is not good enough for her.
But keep in mind, the whole point of this was to not give birth in a hospital. We have definitely left that point.
No, but right now she's celebrating miscarriage. She's just pushing herself down the stairs so that she can lose that devil spawn she's carrying. My God.
Mom was drinking and mom was getting. I got shit faced 5 days in a row, and then I bled 5 nights in a row. I got shit faced and I bled out, and it
She
just my body was like.
drank coffee
That's
and
that's the thing.
alcohol.
That's the thing.
Oh
That's the thing
God.
about
I'm glad
miscarriages
she lost the
is
child
it's
because
worse
fetal
abort.
alcohol is
Your body is saying, "Looks like it's not a good time. Abort mission." Literally, and then my body was like, "Okay, clearly you."
See, she's still celebrating miscarriages.
okay.
You don't want this thing.
Dude, you know things about me more than anyone else, and you would know why on a personal level I'm feeling bad about it. I'm feeling really, really angry at what she's saying right now. Oh my God.
So we're
You
getting
really
it out.
guys need to
And
talk to Donald Trump to bring corporal punishment back in schools, like the sticks and you know, the whipping, and parents should be allowed to beat their kids a little bit at least. At least one or two slaps should be legally allowed. And for children like this, if you see any symptoms, wake them in the morning, two slaps, and before going to bed, two more slaps. That's it. That's the only solution. Seriously.
I think she just needs a stern talking to at a young age, and she probably would have been fine.
She needs a parental figure, a strict parental figure, combined with therapy, tough love, electroshock, or whatever. I don't know. Whatever works. See
Electroshock.
anybody mental? Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe a full frontal lobotomy, whatever works. Because this is very, very, this is like on a different level. This is not even like a religious nut. Because with a religious nut, I can actually argue, and I have actually been able to dismiss the points made by religious nuts. But this woman is like,
You
she has
can't.
no moral compass, because with people who are like very religious, you have a point of reference there that you can actually work around. But with this woman, it's a shifting pole.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I don't think you could do the same type of debate you would with a religious person. This person doesn't have like strong tenets. It's shifting in the wind. At one minute she's advocating for having a family. At this other time she's shitting on men. So it's.
I mean, you want to shit on men, do it. I shit on women all the time. But you know, this is
But
stupid. This is
but everyone
damaging.
needs a father though. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Yeah, just
Resting bitch face says she votes for lobotomy. Okay. Well, it's a democracy. Let's bring on the ice pick.
I mean, it would work. I don't support lobotomy, but
Uh,
I definitely think a padded room is necessary if this continues.
at least a CAT scan just to make
agreed.
sure nothing is pressing against her
And I
brain.
had to
Or
get
there's
an
some
abortion,
fluid
and it's
buildup because you see
awesome.
that head, it gets swelled on the top.
That's important. It's important to know how to do that. And another issue with abortion is I hear these fucking crazies being like, they're selling your kids' body parts on the black market. They're selling the fetus's body parts on the black market. One, I don't believe that, but two, that's actually a legitimate fear. Okay.
I mean, that is something that has occurred. That's been reported.
Yeah, I mean, medical malpractice is a problem. Every industry has a problem. There are instances where doctors, in order to make money, that happens in my country a lot, where doctors, in order to make money, they would perform a C-section on a completely healthy woman because a C-section is like 5 times more expensive than a regular delivery, regular childbirth. So that happens. I
Yeah, especially when
understand,
there's
but
money involved, stuff like that does happen. So
yeah,
she's
but
not
I do not
entirely.
recommend drinking loads of coffee and then being shit-faced for 5 days in order to accomplish a miscarriage.
No, no.
That's a legitimate fear. We don't want that bullshit happening. So get to know a midwife. Get to know me. Ask me questions about this shit. Do not go to another
No,
doctor. Here's another fucking thing.
Oh
no.
my God, no! She did not say that. Oh,
And honestly, if someone did try to talk to her and challenge her views, she will just call them names, block them, and make 20 hate videos about them.
she admits that she doesn't want people to challenge her beliefs. She admits it.
You know, she really needs to meet a bunch of old ladies, a bunch of moms, not Karens, but like actual moms, who have life experience, who have raised their children through tough times. She needs to meet a few of those. And they need to be preferably either Indian, Latinas, and black women, black moms. They
I
will
think
teach her how actually, how it is like to live life as a woman, what struggles exist, and what to do with indisciplined children. Because be it the Latino moms, be it Indian moms, be it black moms, they have weapons of discipline.
she needs to run into a hop who is just as confrontational as she is.
Oh yes, she needs an Italian mother.
Oh. Oh God.
Yeah, because they slap first and then they ask you, okay, what's up?
Oh. She def or maybe just like an Irish woman, just to get up there and just to go off. I could see it.
Yeah, I happen to know one of each ethnicity, so I can actually set up a panel for her.
Oh man, that would be funny.
Pisses me off to no end. Y'all, premature births are your body's last attempt at an abortion. A woman who gives birth prematurely, her body is trying to say, okay, this isn't a good time.
What's her qualification?
Let's get rid of it. Let's a lot of prees survive. And the cutoff point for that is, but this is debatable because sometimes a baby makes it if they're born at 25 weeks, and sometimes they don't. But so like that's the attempt. That's like the absolute earliest anyone will perform birth by cesarean. And that's way too early, dude. You do not want your kid born that early. That's bad news.
That's why we need.
So you're
No?
missing out on really key brain development.
What was that?
So she's talking about. Am I audible? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you
She's
went out
talking
for a
about
second. Now
like
you're.
early pregnancy. With midwives, it's a guessing game, especially in case of things like birth defects and all that. In case of complications during pregnancy, there are instances where during pregnancy, if there is a problem in the child being, passing out of the body, it can actually cause permanent injuries to the child. Where there have been instances where due to some complication in the
You're lagging up. But yeah, I get what you're saying. There can definitely be issues with that as well. Hold on, let me see if I can fix you here. You back?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know.
Okay.
There is some problem with my fucking Wi-Fi.
Or it could be mine too. You never know.
No, it's mine. No, it's mine. I was actually using hotspot, and then the phone suddenly decided to reboot on its own because
Mm,
Phil is trying to destroy the internet. So
yeah. Well, I'm about done with this one. I want to move on to the free bleed. Because trying to listen to her be intelligent is just not working. Now, she has taken down some of her videos. Like her secondhand rape video is no longer on her channel. She was too embarrassed by that one. As she should be.
what was that? Secondhand rape?
Oh, did you watch my my video? She had a full stream, like a 40-minute stream talking about secondhand rape.
Like where a woman has consensual sex with a man, but it is still not good enough according to her standards, so it is still rape in her eyes. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, she says it point blank in my video that if a man has sex with a woman and comes as fast as he possibly can, that's rape.
No, that's called bad sex, idiot.
No, it's rape. Bad sex is rape, man.
No, it's bad sex. It is pretty bad, okay? Bad sex is terrible, okay? It's like unforgivable, but you will not charge somebody with rape just because it is bad sex. By the way, she had bad sex too, where a guy doesn't even know how to put a condom on.
I will probably do a reaction to her secondhand rape stream at some point because I got to go through it all. She says in that stream that she was having sex with a guy and then brought that up to him and made him feel bad and he made him all guilty and shit. I just imagine that poor motherfucker sitting there. What is secondhand rape? What did I just get accused of? I feel bad now. Oh, this woman's batshit. That should have been his cue to run.
I'm actually glad I'm bisexual because I actually have an option not to deal with idiots like her. Because women can be emotionally draining, but this is on a different level. Oh my god.
She's one of a kind.
Mom's always happy when she can get a good shot. Okay, so recently I've been getting more shit from some dumbasses who fucking saw my free bleeding post that I did 2 years ago, actually, because a friend of mine reposted. Thanks, Sarai. But so I just thought we needed to talk about it because Sarai also found this fucking article of this spoo drag who wrote an article about free bleeding and used my picture without asking me, which is actually legal and everything because note to parents especially, everything you put on Instagram, on Feces Book, that is public as soon as you
Did you catch that Feces Book?
Oh yes. These are the kind of puns I used to make when I was in high school.
put it on there.
She makes
You
it too
no
easy,
longer have
honestly.
the rights to your own.
Yeah, and she's kind of getting salty about people using her photo. When she finds my video and sees the thumbnail, I assume that she's going to be irate.
I certainly hope so. We get a response because I really like to know what's going on and would really I have a lot of questions to ask her. And honestly, I swear, I'll be civil. And so, Leah, if you're listening to me, I will be really civil and I'm really interested in having a conversation with you. I will not mute your mic and then yell at you and then remove you from the stream, unlike some people.
Yes, yes. I made my channel trailer specifically for her so she knew what she was getting into.
Hmm.
Work, which is like dumb, but I would have appreciated him asking me if he could have used my picture, which he didn't. However, I'm glad he did.
I want to say resting bitch face. I would love to explain to you what that is, but apparently that's a slur. Even if they use it on themselves, it's considered a slur on YouTube, on par with the N-word. So I don't think I can actually say that.
No, because it is apparently, dismissing because TERF is like trans exclusionary radical feminist. So it's like you are dismissing the notion that trans women are not women. So it is inherently anti-trans. I would not call it transphobic because it's not a fear. It's more like a hatred. So fear and hatred are two different things, I feel.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know why it would be considered a slur, but apparently on YouTube standards, it's a slur. So you can't actually refer to somebody as
Oh,
a.
YouTube doesn't call it a slur. The YouTube doesn't call it a slur. It's more like this is a just like how racist terms are. But then again,
Yeah,
YouTube is not exactly clear with their policies, so you'll
no, it's not.
find so many because again there are apparently uh, rap song is family friendly and we discussing turfs is not. So take it what you will.
Mm.
Because he was considerate enough to credit me, but he didn't actually ask me if he could use my picture, so that was kind of fucking rude. This guy isn't even a real journalist anyway, because I'm gonna read you his fucking article about free bleeding, and we're gonna loll at how fucking stupid he is and how big of a smooth drag he is for having done so. So let's get.
We're gonna laugh at how dumb this journalist is for talking about free bleeding and being against it.
Hold on. Do you see her T-shirt? It says period party, and
Period
I have
party, girl.
yes, like celebrate your period as period party. Okay, my country has a culture of somewhat of period shaming, but ever since I grew up, I remember watching ads for sanitary pads on TV every second. Like every TV show, every whatever I used to watch, there would be like one or two ads for sanitary pads. When we were young, we didn't even knew what it was, and there used to be ads for it. So there are brand names which have become so generic, like it's literally like instead of calling it like a sanitary pad, people refer to it by a brand name like a toothpaste. People call it Colgate. Give me a Colgate, even if they're wanting some other company's toothpaste, like that. So I come from a country for period shaming, but the way these people present it in the West is weird. And period party, what should I let's have a party ourselves. Let's have some dick cheese party. Let's have some loud fart party. Let's have some mucus buildup party.
Yeah,
Seriously.
that's my thought. At least in the West, okay, is there's not period shaming, but there's a general like it's considered on the level of burping and farting. You don't really want to do it.
Exactly. Everybody does it. You don't have to like take it out and discuss the texture and
Yeah,
make
you don't.
paintings of Donald Trump out of it.
Yeah, you don't want to do it in public in front of people. Okay, you don't want to
Yeah.
use it as paint and make art out of it. Or in her case, she has messages where she claims that men who aren't attracted to period blood are basically pedophiles or gay.
Uh, okay, period blood is dead blood. If you actually have sex with someone who's having period, it smells really, really bad. And I'm not like shaming anyone, but women themselves who have period consider themselves that as they are like flowing out, first of all, they are in so much pain. A lot of women are in extreme pain. Some women don't have that much pain, but they're still not in the perfect condition. A lot of them stay in pain. So they
90%
prefer
are not
not
in the
to
mood.
be bothered. Yes, so they prefer not to be bothered with all this. Like, dude, fuck off. They'll be like that. Even to their
Yeah,
husbands, it's like, I have a period, leave me alone. So I don't know
Yeah,
who wants to fuck with.
this celebrating it is so gross. It's so
It is a
gross.
part of you, fine, and she is not in a culture for period shaming. I come from a country. That's the thing. All these Western feminists, all these fucking fake hijabis sitting in America, calling Islam so feminist, you will find them. They would never dare to have a discussion or a debate with someone from their country. Linda Sarsour ran away from stage when one man raised his hand and said, I am an Egyptian Christian. I recently came to America and I have a few questions for you. Linda Sarsour ran away immediately. So she's similar one. If she tries to bring patriarchy, is like, bitch, I come from a country that's run by patriarchy. I come from a country. I live in a country where there is a culture of period shaming, where there is a problem with domestic violence, where there is a problem with rapes and actual regressive rape culture existing in certain parts of the country where there is a real problem, where men actually get away with rape simply because it's a shameful topic for the family and nobody wants to dishonor their family that their daughter got or wife got raped. So her entire existence, people like me, people who come from the third world where actual feminism is required, all these Facebook feminists or feces book feminists as she likes to call it, all the BuzzFeed type, they collapse. And the actual feminist women who work for women welfare in my country, they stay away from these clowns completely.
Oh, like
They are
this
all
person has been
traditional attire wearing old ladies, tough talking professors, doctors, old school journalists. They're all like that, teachers. They are not these stupid gender study graduate who can't get a job unless she becomes a professor herself. So it's a pyramid scheme.
this person has been pretty much disowned by all of the radical feminists.
By the way,
Like
what's her education qualification? I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry, I tend to do that. I'm sorry. You
oh
were
yeah,
saying
but
that.
I'm just saying that she has been disowned by all the radical feminists. She's too radical for them.
Yes, because that's how she knows. This is the only way she knows how to interact. She gives a middle finger to everybody around her. She will deliberately say things which will embarrass people and make them like wonder, like, what if, am I going crazy? Am I having a stroke again? That's the kind of a feeling they get. So she thrives on that because this is the only way she knows how to interact ever since she has become this dysfunctional. One more thing is, what is her qualification? I'm more interested in that. What is her
Um,
qualification?
I don't believe she has stated, at least not that I've seen, stated any qualifications except for I think she mentioned being in the trans scholar and that I think she's like I said, I think she's a script writer. That's about it.
Okay, so she's one of those who sits in the Starbucks all day on a Mac pretending to write a book. And
A
by the
pseudo
look of her, it looks
intellectual,
like she cannot afford a Starbucks coffee every day.
a pseudo intellectual, if you will.
Oh, yes. I have dealt with one of those. I cannot even have a normal conversation with them for more than 5 minutes. My instincts kick in immediately.
Oh, let's get to the free bleeding. I want to hear her rip this journalist apart. Let's watch her expose somebody.
To the article. Okay. This is from a spoo drag named Brian Brewington. And this was published on 20th July 2018. Okay. So the article is called, by the way, I looked at all his articles and all of them have titles that are way too fucking long. So it's called, We Should Probably Talk About Free Bleeding for a Very Brief Moment. Honey, I called you and I told you that, I texted you, I told you I was about to make a vid. Did you get my text? Yeah. You're
Excellent editing skills, apparently.
Yeah, you're in the video right now.
Hey everyone, it's Carrie. What's up, y'all?
My condolences
Okay,
for
I'll
your
have to call
choice
you
of
after.
friends.
Okay, honey?
Okay, call me later.
Okay, will do. Bye.
Bye.
Anyway, article is, we should probably talk about free bleeding for a very brief moment. First of all, he didn't put a fucking dash between the free and bleeding, which is how you properly refer to free bleeding. But obviously he's a man, so
Semantics. I've seen it both
This is
ways.
not even like my pronouns. This is like beyond pronouns.
Yeah.
Okay.
My free bleeding.
why the fuck would he know that? By Brian Brewington. And then he credited me. I guess I'll leave a link to the photo. I'll leave a link to the article and y'all can see the picture there. I don't really feel like showing it to you right now. Okay. This morning, before I so much as got out of bed for a cup of coffee, I found myself scrolling Instagram on my phone. It was there I came across Joe Rogan's post about an apparent trending phenomenon known as free bleeding. He didn't fucking write it correctly, but okay. While the podcasting heavyweights post wasn't particularly graphic, I made the mistake of clicking the hashtag free bleeding. Okay.
See, much like this journalist, I learned about it from Joe Rogan as well. So he
I
had the
don't
same
watch
concept.
Joe Rogan that much, but I do watch people talk about him. And by the way, you would have to remove the hyphen from free bleeding if you want the hashtag to work. It will not work with the hyphen in it. Doesn't she know how hashtags work? Because her entire activism consists of angry tweeting and DMs screenshots.
I don't know. She seems to get banned from a lot of platforms, so she may not have learned how they worked.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
You know what? I'm just going to say this because I can already tell this is poorly written and we're not even, 12 sentences in. But I'm just going to say this, and it's really been annoying me. I've noticed this happening as a trend. Journalism, isn't even journalism anymore because I see these, journal.
See, I agree that journalism isn't journalism anymore, but not when it comes to free bleeding.
Yep. Yeah, but imagine when the most sort of credible source online is Tim Pool, the bar is not set very high for journalism these days.
No, it is not.
Journalistic articles by real journalists, and they do fucking things like this moron just said of clicking the hashtag free bleeding hashtag. Dipshit. The hashtag was implied at the beginning. You didn't need to say hashtag free bleeding hashtag. He literally said that. He did the hashtag free bleeding and then wrote.
Is she proofreading the article? What is she doing?
I know how to use Instagram. Apparently you do too.
It's the scriptwrite in her coming out.
Oh my god, I think she has written a bunch of Wattpad stories and that's it. Because again, Netflix made a movie on a Wattpad story, so there you go. She's a scriptwriter.
Too, but you're acting like you don't know how. So anyway, these fucking journalists are doing these really kindergarten level typos and still seen as legitimate, and I don't fucking understand it. Learn how to goddamn spell in English if you are going to.
Why do they get paid and I don't? I'm a scriptwriter.
I'm sure it's exactly the same in other languages too, but anyway, he included in his post. And he ruined my entire appetite for the weekend, despite it only being a Friday morning. Well, dipshit, I'm glad. This is the part where I typically apologize to feminists ahead of time, but you know what? I'm drawing a line in the sand, and I'm sorry I'm not sorry. We're going to get back to that. Hold on. For those who may not be aware of this appalling trend known as free bleeding, I do apologize for having to be the one to introduce you to it. Wow, hashtag massage. Misogyny.
Oh my god, that's misogyny. For warning people ahead of time that this is gonna be gross.
Oh, I've got nothing.
This appalling trend. This is something he knows nothing about, but he's decided to write about for some reason. Anyway, I do apologize for having to be the one to introduce you to it. My life was less gross before I accidentally discovered my brain less haunted. Okay,
Pause.
Yep.
She took the mucus from her nose, then wiped it to the sock. Go back a few seconds. She wiped her nose on her hand, and then whatever that came out, She rubbed it onto her sock. Bitch, you want to knit? See? There is something. It's not just scratching. There is something on her hand that comes out. Of course, I know what it is, but
Let's keep in mind here, this is the person who has free bleeded on camera, like ContraPoints or whatever made a video, and her response was to free bleed on camera. This person's not exactly very hygienic. Let's hold on, can I slow it down? No, I can't slow it down. But
no, just play it. But you'll notice the same thing.
To it. My life was
oh
less
my
gross
god, she
before I
did.
accidentally discovered my
Yeah, so she took the boogers out, or along with the sauce, and then the essence, and then she rubbed it onto her feet. The sock.
I don't know.
I'm
Some of her
actually in
videos,
physical pain right now watching all this.
some of her videos, she looks downright rank too, which does not help.
Oh god.
brain
Go
less
on.
haunted. Okay, if it was such a gross concept to you, why the fuck did you click on it? He clicked on the hashtag free bleeding. Hashtag everyone. So why the fuck did he click on it? When I actually posted this, apparently Joe Rogan like made a post shortly after I posted it, and he wasn't even saying like, hey, this is disgusting. He was just saying, hey, this is some weird thing that's apparently gaining traction and I find it weird. And that was pretty much all he said. And like, I feel like that's an acceptable thing for him to say about it, but then all these morons were like, oh, ew, that's gross, and then clicked on the hashtag for free bleeding. How fucking okay, so not only did they click on the hashtag for free bleeding, they clicked on the hashtag for free bleeding, you know, because it's so gross. And then they clicked on my post, which was the fucking #1 free bleeding post on Instagram at the time. Then they clicked on my picture, and then they wrote, you're a fucking dirty hamster, you fugly bitch. Like, okay, I see people posting the dumbest shit every fucking day of my life, and I want to say all these mean things to them. Like, wow, can you fucking take a picture without posing like a goddamn senior picture? You're 30. Or I want to say, wow, I know you don't fucking know what you're doing literally in your entire life, but I'm not even going to post that on Instagram. Like, I know these things from your pictures, y'all, but I don't say them because that's rude, and I'm not going to go out of my way to fucking be rude to someone for no reason.
Pause.
I don't believe that. I think you will go out of your way to be rude to people for no reason.
Besides, I do not think this journalist would have actually commented something like gross hamster shit like that.
No.
He would not dare to do that because he would be chewed and cancelled like anything by rad fams, no matter what.
The people who are responding, ooh, gross, are the normal people who you maybe are out of the loop on the craziness.
Exactly.
No.
By the way, there is one more thing. There is one more thing about her attitude towards how she talks to women or talks down to women. This sort of like slipped my mind when earlier because we got too much into the anatomical detail of childbirth and induced miscarriages and all that. But I'll come to that. Let her finish this. Then I'll in the end, maybe if I still remember it, I will remind me of why she talks so down to women. There is a reason behind it. But play her now. Let's bleed her out, shall we?
A couple reasons why she does it, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like this spoo drag is. Anyway, okay. Free bleeding is the practice of a very select group of women who choose not to wear a tampon or pad during menstruation and instead openly bleed all over themselves in public. This is somehow supposed to empower women everywhere. Well, considering you're a man and you don't menstruate and you know literally nothing about menstruation, how the fuck dare you even write about this? Like, why the fuck did you think you had authority? Why did you think you had the right to write about this? You piece.
She's appealing to authority. That's a logical fallacy.
Yep.
But she needs to realize that, you know, this is being posted publicly. Everybody sees it. It's not just some woman's only board.
Yeah, and she started with the fact that if you post something on Instagram, it is public. So everybody can see it and do whatever with it. So like now if someone is doing whatever with it, you are so butthurt, like
yeah, and
I don't want to
you have to, people who do that surely understand that how normal people are going to react in shock and horror and disgust.
Besides, does she also poop standing up, spread out on her feet? Because that happens. And does she also poop standing up
Actually,
all
in
over
her
her
video,
body?
in her childbirth, don't give birth in a hospital video, she uses that as an example of one of the ways you can poop. Up on her 2 feet, up on the toilet.
No, I am in favor for squatting and all that for the health benefits, and you can read about it. And
Well,
there
that's how
are
you're
reports
supposed to
on
poop
it,
in the
like
wild, squatting.
squatting. Yeah, but then again, it still does not deposit it on your body. It still falls into that, the void and the Spartan pit. But like her whole logic to attack this journalist, because at first she acknowledges it that, hey, it's a public post, so they can, and he was nice enough to credit her even though he did not ask her permission. But authority, he had no authority, he had no right. No, if you post something in public on social media, it is public domain. People can take that and bloody want to make a meme out of it or whatever. They can do it.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm reading the chat. We've been missing some of it.
By the way, Sasha made a point about she's the Switzerland of uh, ideologies and stuff. You have to remember one thing. The reason why Switzerland is neutral is because they hold everyone's money. That's why nobody dares attack Switzerland.
And their
And they are
mountains.
super
They have
rich.
very defensible mountains.
Yes, and it's a beautiful country and nice, clean, and everybody is well secure. Everybody has a gun. There is a bunker for every citizen, and they hold everybody's money from the Nazis to the Russian to the dictators in Africa. Everyone's money is held in Switzerland, so nobody attacks them.
A good
She's not
position.
Switzerland. She's not Switzerland. She's North Korea.
Yes, with the lights off and everything.
Yeah, but no nuclear weapons, unfortunately, because she has no nuclear arsenal who can support her Twitter campaigns.
Much like North Korea, she tried to build nuclear weapons and it exploded on her.
Yes. Wow,
Yeah.
we are going there. See, I do war strategies too.
Of shit. Okay, just to make sure I hadn't completely lost my mind in finding this disturbing, I asked the two females who currently, just to make sure I hadn't completely lost my mind in finding this disturbing, I asked the two females who currently reside in the same house as I do their thoughts on it. Why didn't you say women? It says females. Okay.
So what's wrong with that?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I mean, had I written this article, I would have been more creative with the insults, but this dude is really easy.
Yeah, and she's over here like her script right, brain just picking it apart like, oh, it's a run-on sentence.
I don't know. You either she's proofreading the article or she's criticizing it, but she's doing none.
Yeah. We're only 8 minutes in too. I think she's gonna dive deep into this the free bleeding. I wanna hear her response to when she realizes it's a troll.
I'm going through free bleeding on Instagram right now.
Ugh.
I mean, who likes stains in the clothes that they're wearing? I mean, who enjoys walking around with stains? Like, if you spill something on your clothes, it's a very disgusting feeling. You have to get it off. It's not just water. It's like blood and it's sticky. Oh,
yeah.
God.
It's gross.
Almost threw up on the spot when I clicked the hashtag and the other refused to look at the pictures after I explained what free bleeding was. Good to know I'm not completely alone. Well, the two females that you live with are dumb shits. And second of all, you know what?
See?
A lot of women are actually fucking traumatized by their periods.
They're traumatized.
In my country, yes, because they are ashamed for it. Like, not in the urban areas, but in rural areas where they're like saying, you know what?
Oh.
Keep it to yourself. Take rest. And don't think too much about it. That's what the advice moms give after like the whole technical part. But
yeah,
this activism is unnecessary, at least in the West, and even in like Eastern countries where there is a culture of period shaming. you don't have to rub it in people's face. You just have to be like, understand that the woman is in pain, be more supportive, be nice to her, don't laugh at her. And honestly, people don't even laugh at them. They just don't like say anything about it. Like, let's not talk about it. Like, you want to take a rest. I won't bother you. That's what most men do when it's the
Yeah.
period time. Even the old school, lower class, typically misogynistic men, culturally misogynistic men also, they call it like, okay, she has a 4-day vacation and that's it. They don't bother her. So it's weird, you know. This
Yeah.
activism is unnecessary. It's a non-cause that they are fighting for,
I'm
at least in the Western countries.
I'm looking real
Honestly,
quick to see if I have the clip still saved of her. She says like the act of being feminized is traumatic, and that
well, I'm sorry. That's how
and
the
that,
nature works. You cannot change
oh
it unless you have
and that
your
and
entire
that
uterus removed at the age of 4.
hold
So
on.
that's a different thing.
Okay, I don't want to. I have to dig through all this shit to find it. But what she basically says is that all women are walking around with a mild form of PTSD. That's what she believes. All women have PTSD from being feminized.
Then what do you call the women who celebrate their femininity and who, I don't know, this is like,
Those are handmaidens of the patriarchy that are acting out their abuse.
so
I
what's
wish
the
I had
solution? So what's the solution? Stain all your pajamas and your trousers and wipe your boogers on your socks and belittle journalist over not using a hyphen, and then get pregnant with a man who doesn't even know how to put a condom on and you have no intention to marry, and then throw yourself down the stairs hoping to get miscarriage.
all while saying that men need to be there to raise their kids, and that it's while encouraging the family at the same time.
Wow, we I think wrote a half an essay here just with her beliefs, and we are not even explaining anything. We are just with bullet points. We have written half an essay. Good. We're getting
This
good at this.
this person needs like a team of psychiatrists to sit down and figure out why she believes the things she does, because they contradict each other, and it's very clear that this woman has been through some shit in life.
Yeah,
Like,
and
they still live with traumatization that they had when they got their period when they were 12, 13, 14, whatever, 9. That was like, a lot of women are fucking traumatized by that. And that's why the 2 females you live with were, one of them almost threw up. What the fuck is wrong with you? You need to go to the doctor and you need therapy, you dumb bitch.
The women who saw free bleeding and were disgusted by it need help and need to get therapy. Yeah, they're the ones who need therapy.
yeah. Everybody is stupid, not me though. Everybody is an idiot, not me though. Everybody is making wrong choices, not me though. God.
I don't know why it's period blood that a lot of these people get so caught up on. Like, why is it this bodily function is superior to all the rest?
No, I like it's womanhood. I understand. It makes women special. I know someone like I have an extended family. That's why I get to interact with a lot of people. One of the lady in my family, she because of a complicated pregnancy, they had to remove her entire uterus with everything. So it's like no more period, no more nothing. And like she literally went into depression and she would cry. And I asked my mom, it's like, and mom said, of course, this can be very traumatizing because it is her womanhood that is gone. So this is a very drastic change. A lot of women go into a depression when there is menopause because the whole period cycle stops. So there is a change in their body. And even if we like put aside the whole hormonal changes and stuff like that, it is a sign that yes, they are less of a woman now. A lot of women go through that. Not everyone, I'm not generalizing, but a lot of women go through that phase because
Mm.
when this thing happened with her, because she went into therapy, and someone taking therapy in India is a big deal. So the problem was very severe. Minor depression and minor anxiety in India is not even acknowledged, which is a sad part of our society.
Well,
But he actually went into therapy after that. So I
at
asked
least
my
in
mom, like, what's going on? And then we had a long discussion about from this to menopause.
yeah, well, in the West, like generally menopause, like menopause is looked badly upon by women if they wanted kids but they never had a chance to. That's generally where the stigma comes from. That for the most part, once you've had kids and you've gotten established or whatever,
Mhm.
a lot of women look forward to it.
Yeah, a lot of women do look forward to it, but a lot of them like also are affected negatively by it. Especially like yes, like in the West, women often marry very late. So there are instances. It's not uncommon to see women who are like into their 40s and never married, never had children. So there, yes, it is a factor. Even otherwise, also for a lot of women, it's like they lost their womanhood. Now they're old. Now they're officially old. They feel that way as well. So
That's
it
true
can
as
be
well.
multiple factors. So for her to say women are traumatized by their period, unless they are raised in some family with the religious nut, like not everybody is Carrie's mom. If you've seen the movie Carrie, not everybody. I don't think there's anyone who is like Carrie's mother.
I have not seen that, but I don't know where she thinks that all these people are just shaming women, that they're traumatized for it. Definitely not something that normally occurs.
You cannot be disgusted with your own period blood. Are you even a woman? Are you a girl or are you a woman? Are you a child or are you an adolescent or are you an adult?
She's so angry. Like, are you a woman?
No. So if someone is not disgusted by their period blood, they tend to wash it, clean it, and manage it properly. That's not good enough. You have to take it out in your hand, stain your legs, ruin your pajamas, and bloody rub it on your face, and then also expect everyone else that they allow you to rub it in their faces as well. It's unnecessary.
Well,
That's it.
any woman who wears makeup, who shaves themselves, wears makeup, wears heels, isn't comfortable bleeding all over themselves, and then putting it on display. I mean, they are like children to her. Children.
Children. I don't think women start shaving their body until they're like late in their teens.
Well, no, it's just that the women not having body hair apparently makes them children.
What about Asian women, those who are naturally born with no body hair? What about them?
I don't know if she's aware of them. Is that true that they don't have any body hair at all? Ever?
Certain like the the whole what Americans think Asians are like, Chinese, Japanese, Koreans.
Mm-hmm.
They have very little body hair. I mean, you can find hairy men and women there as well, but by
Okay.
majority, if you look at like a typical, chances are they would have very less body hair. These women don't even require, a lot of them don't even require waxing. They barely have eyebrows. So
Really?
that's also similar to communities that we have in the mountains. They also have it. So that's how it is. They don't age as well. Like you could find somebody who would be, a woman would be like 40 something, and unless she's like visibly crippled or something, if she's healthy, well fed, comes from a good family, chances
Well,
are you can't tell if she's in her 20s.
there's an
It's
old
it's very
joke
hard to
about
tell.
Asian women, that like you see like a mother and daughter walking around the store. They look almost exactly the same. And then there's the other type of Asian woman where they look very
It
clearly
is
old. No middle
true.
ground.
It is true. It is true. Even with black women, a lot of them, like that senator Kimberly Klacik, who did the video on Baltimore. She was walking down the street promoting that how, this certain party has destroyed Baltimore. I was shocked that she's 38. I thought she's like 28, 29. And then there's another one. She's like a judge, and she said that I'm 60 years old, and I'm like, oh my god, she looks 40, and she's a black lady. So this is something with black as well. They joke about black don't crack. That's true with Asian women as well. I have had many friends who are like from the hills, and they belong to that ethnicity, and
Yeah.
it's the same case. His like the father, and they're like two brothers. Father, elder brother, and my friend, they all look the same age. You can't tell unless they open their mouth. They look the same, and you can't tell. That's the genes, and they're all smooth like a baby's bum. The men are smooth like a baby's bum.
Yeah. There's this wrestler, R-Truth, Ron Killings, and if you look him up, he is 48 years old. The dude looks like he's 20, fresh out of school.
Yes, yes, our truth. Yes, I thought he's like 28 or 27 something, but he's
No,
been wrestling for decades. Yeah.
and he do spry still as well.
Yes, he's very athletic. He's like jumps. He's like high flying. He's not like a brawler. He's like jumps around a lot. He's
Yes,
very
like I
fit.
was shocked to hear that he was as old as he was. He is smooth skinned. It's moisturizer. That's what I've heard. It's
Yeah, he
moisturizer.
glows. Yeah, I've seen him. He glows.
Mhm.
Those women that this dumb shit Brian Brewington was living with, y'all need help and y'all need radical feminism really badly. Anyway, you know what? I've heard this from women too, though. They're like, "Oh, well, I'm grossed out by my period." We're gonna talk about this later. Hold on. Okay. Good to know I'm not completely alone. I'm not one of those people who would shame a woman for choosing to breastfeed in public. No, but you're probably one of those people who would look at her and then fantasize about, having sex with her and then jack off.
What? the
No,
fuck?
no. Fuck this
Wow.
woman. Who gets sexualized at a woman feeding her child? Maybe she only thing she remembers is like Jim Carrey suckling a woman in public. There was this very stupid scene from a 90s movie where a woman is about to feed her baby and she gets distracted and Jim Carrey starts sucking her teeth. But honestly,
The only one
no.
who's gonna sit there and look at the lady breastfeeding and like make it sexual are like the creepy pervert people. The
Yes,
normal
that's not
normal
normal. That's criminal behavior. That's
way.
criminal behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, normal men are
Oh,
like gonna walk around like minding their own business.
oh my God.
Oh.
After her and then write an article about it and then be like, "Oh, hashtag empowering women." Okay. But to compare feeding your child in the most natural way known to woman to a woman purposely and openly bleeding all over themselves in public is not at all a fair comparison. Okay,
Are you
well,
not
if
even
you're
going to clean up
breastfeeding,
if in case if you it happened to you? Are you not even going to clean up? Are you just going to walk around with those stained, sticky pajamas?
They're proud of the stains, apparently. That's part of the freebleeding movement. The stains are a mark of pride.
And what does that accomplish? Because, there are sanitary pads, tampons, and menstrual cups available. There are ads on TV openly. There are ads in public about it. It's not like it's a hush hush, and it's a pretty big industry. And the industry is pretty strictly regulated because these things are considered
It's
medical
controlled and
items.
regulated
They
by
are not.
men, Kanish.
Yeah,
Men.
yes.
Men who are
Like,
trying to shame women for their periods, Kanish.
oh, please. So, I mean, like, so are you like, what, like, okay, so you're not going to wash your hands once you poop? I mean, you are taught in schools to wash your hands after you're done pooping. Is that something like a symbol of whatever patriarchy or something? Is that also?
That's a symbol of the janitarchy, and I don't support it.
Oh my God. So what do? Lick your hands clean because the
Apparently.
natural juices flow? Oh God.
Everything is a mark of oppression.
They really haven't
public.
seen real oppression, honestly. They really haven't seen real oppression.
No, they clearly have not.
Yeah, she needs
Most,
to come.
most
She
people
needs to
have.
come to me. Like I don't even want her to go to like Democratic Republic of Congo or fucking Saudi Arabia. Come to me. Just like 20 miles from me, I can show her real oppression. Yeah, I'll give her a grand tour of oppression. Seriously.
That's fine. But it's completely not the same action as having your period. This isn't. He's right. This is not at all a fair comparison. While both are obviously natural parts of female life, one provides nourishment to infants and the other is straight unsanitary. Here's the question I want to ask every man who is disgusted by period blood. One, are you gay?
I am 75% gay. What's your point?
It's totally cool to be gay. It's totally awesome that
Oh,
if you
thank
want to have
you.
sex with men.
Thank
I have
you for
no
allowing
issue.
me to exist.
More
Fucking
men
hell.
are gay than they care to admit.
Okay, fine. Yeah, right. You know what? Thank you so much, Leah, that you allowed me to exist. I don't know how I would like breathe if you like, dismissed me as well, along with everything else. Oh, play. You're frozen. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You're frozen.
Am I good? Am I unfrozen?
Yeah, now I can hear you. You were like talking, but I couldn't hear anything.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe we're both going in and out because of the YouTube or Wi-Fi. But what I was saying was shit. What was the last thing you heard before I went off?
Nothing. I just said like thank you, Leah, for having me exist, and then I could hear
Oh,
nothing from you.
okay. What I was saying was, what do you think her opinion on gay men would be? Like, is two gay people, is that like mega patriarchy or?
No. She's like happy with gay men because they will not then hit on women. They will just like fuck each other in the ass, literally. So
Hmm.
she's okay, like as long as they stay away from women, don't create this vicious cycle of pregnancy and induced miscarriage and stuff like that. So she's okay as
Oh,
long as because
I
they
know what the
the men
normal
won't stay
radical.
away from the women.
See, I
Yeah.
know what the normal radical feminist opinion on it would be, but she's a special case.
And if a man was in fact gay, that would make sense that he was grossed out by period blood because he never has sex with women. Got it. That's chill. Be gay. Hashtag go gay if you're a man. I got that.
By the way, she is actually
Two.
belittling men that you know what, you don't even know you're gay. Like a man being gay is somehow a bad thing. Like yeah, you know what? She can actually dismiss, oh, you're gay, fine, you know what, whatever, your opinion doesn't matter. I'm talking to the other party here. This is what her attitude is here, and which is honestly very well, like dismissing someone's opinion or position or something based on their sexual orientation, religion, upbringing. That is textbook discrimination and racism and homophobia and everything else, all the
Oh,
nice words.
she was just going off in her earlier video about talking about black slave midwives and like was painting it as a good thing. Like I don't think she realized what she was doing there.
Yeah, by the way, we have communities, like, we have a caste system in India, which was based on what professions the communities did historically. So we have communities that where the men would be barbers in a village and the women would be midwives. And that's what those castes are known for. So if she's talking about historically black women being somehow black slave midwives being the best, no, honey, no, you need to educate yourself about the culture. The reason why those supposed black slave midwives were apparently good with their job was because in their villages they came from poor African countries and then they were no better off in the slave plantation. So whoever got pregnant had nobody else but like an experienced grandmother there who had like 12 children and the only one who survived that much. And if you talk to those midwives, because the generation of those black slave midwives maybe is no more in Africa, in America. But if you go to any third world country, even in my country or even a poor African country where they do have like midwives or the elder lady in the village supervising a pregnancy inside the house, they will tell you how many botched pregnancies were there, how many women died and they had to ultimately rush to the hospital, how many died en route, and how
Oh, you
many
can't do
babies
that.
got.
Can't rush to the hospital. Don't give birth in a hospital.
Oh, yeah, because Lady Leah disapproves.
Oh.
Oh, God.
If you're not gay and you're still a man disgusted by period blood, are you a pedophile? I'm honest.
No, I am not a pedophile.
No, it's called personal hygiene, miss. Rub my nose onto my sock. How would you
Let's
know
get,
of personal hygiene?
let's get this straight. If you aren't into period blood and you aren't into women with body hair, you are a pedophile to her. That's where we're at now.
Wow. Okay. So this is not even anti-porn, or this is not even like anti. I don't know what this is. This is not even woke or anything.
It's
Oh
just
God.
crazy. No, pornography is responsible for secondhand rape, according to her. So I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know.
like some people do like consider pornography as kind of cheating, but that is like a little bit of a stretch. But still, like some partners, like couples, married couples, they sort of like are embarrassed about the fact that they do still watch porn. So it like it's not something that can be considered cheating, honestly. But it's like, yeah, I mean, like, why if you have a wife or you have a husband, why do you need to watch porn? So, but again, literally labeling somebody as a rapist because they watch porn, is she stupid?
Yes.
That
I
that
think
ship
we've
sailed a
established
long
that.
ago. That ship sailed a long time ago, but still, I mean,
Yeah.
Honestly asking you, are you a pedophile? Because you should be turned on by a woman having her period. Idgaff, come at me. You fucking should. It should be a turn on. You should be like, wow, she is such a woman. Wow, look at her menstruate like the real grown ass woman that she is. I
mhm.
do not have sex with men generally now, but I especially don't have sex with men who are disgusted by period blood. That is literally one of the fucking first things I ask.
Dude, she is like trying to
Okay.
push her fetish on people, man. That is what she's
Okay.
doing
No,
right
no.
now.
She's saying that I do not have sex with men now, not anymore. And the world took a collective sigh of relief.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you. She actually, she's like against patriarchy because she thinks that's primitive, but then she also wants to put across like midwives and everything, which are like essentially in the modern Western society are relics of a not so advanced and uneducated past. I mean, like, what does she want? I mean, she wants midwives, but then she also shames you for porn. I mean, I think a man
What
would
is
be
it?
better off watching porn than to, take out his frustration on assaulting someone. God.
Yeah, like I think she's on the verge of going back to like the midwives with milk nurses and all those concepts that
Yeah,
basically.
but that was also the time where almost every woman had STDs, every men and women had pubic lice, and like,
Yeah,
God, I mean, I don't want to talk about it.
and when people couldn't give birth in hospitals and died a lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ask a guy if I'm interested in him, and if he says no, I wouldn't have sex with her. I'm like, goodbye. Get your ass
Good.
to the curb. Maybe head on down to the gay club, buddy, because you're not fucking getting with me, and you're not
He,
actually straight. If you don't want to have
yeah,
sex,
he is using gay as a slur here. She doesn't realize it, but that's how what she's doing. It's
yeah,
like
the whole.
a lot of women here also use it. Like it's like if the dude doesn't show any interest in him, what? Are you gay or what? I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. I don't like you.
Yeah, it's basically what she's saying, right? Anyone who doesn't into this one specific thing, you must be gay. Oh man, and she's so confident about it too. I'd gaff.
No, it's not. It's not confidence. It's arrogance because when you spend too much of a time away and you spend too much of a time, it's like you convince yourself that no, this is right. What I'm doing is right. And when you repeat something 100 times inside your head, it becomes true.
And she's disabled comments because she couldn't handle the criticism.
Hmm. Oh yeah, of course she can't. That's what I'm saying. I can have a fucking face-to-face discussion with a fucking hardcore jihadi Muslim calling myself a practicing Hindu, and we would still have a discussion and debate. But with this, nothing, because there is no point of reference. She just moves the goalpost. She wants some things with her. She likes some things that are modern, but then she likes something that are traditional. But you know what else is traditional? A marriage and a non-promiscuity. If you want to go full the midwife route, then you have to be complicit to the husband. No sex before marriage, no slipping condoms, no induced miscarriages by drinking coffee and getting hammered. I mean, come
Yeah,
on, there are rules for certain things. There are reasons why things are the way they are in society, whether you like it or not.
one of the reasons she's got like I think such anger towards everything is because she's got like you gotta imagine you have a lot of inner conflict in her, like all these conflicting viewpoints.
Yep. And what problem with people like this is that what they do is like if she actually managed to find someone who's despite all this nonsense, is able to crack the shell and still able to have some sort of like a frequent relationship with her, she will find something or the other and is like, yeah, girl, I like period blood, it turns me on. It's like, good, like, so I'm not going to shave my body. It's like, yeah, I like hairy girls, so you're so hot. And then she's like, okay, you know what I'm going to do, I'm going to vomit on your face, and then you still have to like it. That's what they do. So, they'll try to push somebody at their breaking point by going more and more extreme. And then when that person sort of like, it's like, how children are, like they are bothering their parents. So the parents tell them to behave, stay quiet, and until the parent snaps, the kids won't be quiet. I don't know if you've
Oh
seen
yeah,
this. It happens with
like
children as well.
testing boundaries. It's
Yeah,
every kid does that.
yeah. So she does the same. So she's like a child like mind in a body of a middle-aged woman. And I think she's not very old as well. I don't
I'm
think
thinking
so. It's
early
like,
30s.
yes, so she's not as old as she looks. It's like all her bitterness reflects on her face.
You got to imagine if you're constantly stressing yourself out, I should say. That
Yeah.
it's like the Queen of Spades thing. You start to look it.
Hmm. And there's another strategy that a lot of people like who are a little bitter, they like to pull off is before someone rejects them and they get a feeling that the other person is able to sort of sense their nonsense and is getting a little repulsed. What they do is they try to pull something out of their ass to make the other person look bad and blame it on them. Oh, I'm not the crazy one, you're the crazy one. Like projecting it onto them so that you are able to wash your hands from that situation. The
Yeah.
relationship didn't work not because you're crazy. No, you are crazy. It's like, hey, you like my period, but here, have my vomit. So, you know.
Mm. And Saka, her friend said she was more normal before this. We need to talk about what made her this way. And I think that one of the next streams I do will probably be reacting to her peak trans story, where she gives her version of what her friend was claiming. And I don't know. It really seems like that her hatred of transgender people comes from the fact that she had a bad experience with a transgender person she was in a relationship with, or was trying to be in a
So she
relationship.
was in a relationship with a trans person who left her.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to watch her version of it and and line it up, but it seems to me that that's where it all originated from, is this relationship with this trans person. It's just like, if you've ever heard the old story about the little Jewish girl that broke Hitler's heart, maybe that's what turned her into a monster.
So she's trying to get her gas chamber van assembled.
Yes.
Okay, nice. Nice.
Yeah, it's true, but that's why they're also so. You're not straight if you're grossed out by period blood. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that's like bad news to you, but I think it's good to know. If you're gay, you should know that you're gay and you should have sex with men. But anyway.
Thank you for enlightening me. So many people will be heartbroken.
Oh my God. Dude, we gotta plan our date. We are like, I am admitting it, and you are still in denial. You are grossed out by period, but that's it. We're having sex now. I'm gonna come there.
Is straight unsanitary. So, given
It
the
is.
fact that this guy doesn't know anything about period bloods, how could he even say that it's unsanitary?
Not taking care of period blood actually can cause
Okay.
infection.
Well, I
Really serious
understand
one.
medium, which is
Yeah, I can't. I mean, it's literally dead cells just sitting there, basically,
Yeah,
right?
that
Like
the
rotting.
body is throwing it out for a reason. Even when you vomit, there is a reason that your body is throwing that stuff out. I mean, like, I'm talking about like not the bulimia type, but the one that happens like to a normal person if they vomit, is like something is wrong. They ate something bad. That's why the body is throwing it out. So this is also the inner cells of your chamber are dead and the body needs to discard it. So I don't know what the whole idea is, because we have painkillers, we have, items like, if you don't want to use tampons, you feel it is invasive, you don't want to use a pad, there are menstrual cups available for women, who like to, not have the whole diaper thing going on. So they use cups, and a lot of women who are alone at home during their period, they prefer to be like, this is something a woman has. Like, what she does is like, she sort of like knows her flow. So she goes onto the toilet and makes sure it gets drained out. She said, I don't like wearing this pad for too long. I know I'm going into too much grotesque detail for you, but then
Yeah.
again,
They
I'm just
certainly
trying to
don't put
show.
it on the internet and free bleed. Nobody does that.
Well, it
Except
is
crazy people.
unnecessary. It's unnecessary considering that you have like products related to it advertised publicly. Schools are teaching girls about menstrual hygiene. Every school teaches girls menstrual hygiene. Even in my third world country, teaches girls about menstrual hygiene. The schools teach them.
Yeah. I was trying to get through this because I'm running short on time.
It's the deplorable site that he works for, which claims to be a real journalistic endeavor. While I understand Medium tends to lean very left, I still don't foresee a wave of people coming to the defense of this very unnecessary practice I unfortunately discovered this morning. I still don't foresee a wave of people coming to the defense of this very unnecessary practice I unfortunately discovered this morning. Okay, so basically, why don't I translate that from you, from man speak to actual clear English, what he meant by that. I still don't foresee a wave of people. Okay, that's saying, I know that most people won't come to the defense of this very unnecessary practice I discovered this morning. He's basically saying the attitudes of misogyny are alive and well, and I am cool with this. And I like it. However, just for good measure, I'm going to make a gender-neutral argument against free bleeding. Credibility lost. This fuckwit is too stupid to understand or even state publicly that only women menstruate, and he's going to use a gender-neutral argument, which is misogyny. All these shits going around saying,
I mean, it depends on what kind of argument you're making. A medical argument can be gender neutral, right?
Yeah, we don't do that here. We don't talk about science. We talk about fifis and opinions of this woman who is essentially dysfunctional.
And empowerment through bleeding on yourself, apparently.
No, not through education, not through, equal rights, or not through laws to protect in case of injustice or, crimes. But no.
I think this is what happens to women who simultaneously fail at the family thing and fail at the career thing. They just become, all right, well, I can just bleed on myself now.
Yeah, there is this YouTuber, No Bullshit. If you've heard about it, he's the anti-SJW, but he's the worst one. So he looks like he's fat and hairy and greasy. He's like, he doesn't work out. He looks like an old, like, okay, fine. I don't comment on people's appearance that much, but he says that he's fat because he chose to be fat, as he is rejecting the society's standard of what a man should look like. I'm like, okay, do you have your picture from your weightlifting days, perhaps, that you can share to show that you choose to do this? But no. So, that's
Yeah, that seems like an excuse. That seems like he maybe like to eat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't work out either, but I don't say I'm fat because, hey, I want to break the, expectation of society that every man should look like a bloody character from Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
No.
that makes no sense. That seems like that sounds like a troll comment almost.
No, it's because no, he sat there and yelled in a live stream, thumping his chest. He said this,
Wow.
stood up and showed, "See, look at my body, look at my KFC body."
Oh, Jesus. Empowerment.
Yes, empowerment through fast food.
Oh, well, you don't have to be a girl and menstruate. Some men menstruate. Ooh, trans women menstruate too. Is misogyny because you're denying the basic reality of women. And the basic reality of women is that most of us menstruate. It's a lot like the fucking patriarchy. You're denying the basic reality. You're gaslighting women into thinking that, oh, all their choices are free choice. But really, we're not even fucking liberated from men. Anyway.
I don't think you'll feel liberated from men until you've gathered up all of the women of the world and built a big wall and just separated off. I don't think she's capable of
Yes.
coexisting.
Ugh. It is ultimate. And honestly, I'll tell you what. As much as people like to laugh at women about all these stupid, like these type of women, and often like there is misogyny there. It exists. But honestly, every extreme ideology has been broken by women only. Be it religion, be it dictatorships, be it kings. If you read about history, I mean, you do a lot of like reading about that. Most of the tyrants were destroyed because of some women. So this type of toxic ideology that she says, like this is similar to what this political lesbianism is there, where like men are shit, so let's become lesbians. Yes, there are literal books about it. So which throws the whole born this way argument about sexuality out of the window. Is like women can choose to be lesbian. So the fact is that if she did, in an ideal world, if she did attain her utopia and all the men are locked away because they refuse to suck on her tampon, the women themselves will break the wall because they want to be with men they love. It's true. This is the same.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the same. Like, there is a movie of Sean Connery you should watch, Zardoz. It is out there and it is weird, but it does have the same broken, overly, uh, overly impractically idealistic attitude towards men, women, gender roles, and the whole debate over this. The movie is not very smart, but unintentionally, because we are in dark ages now of intellect, what was made as a pretentious art project in the 70s with Sean Connery walking around in shorts and wearing a leotard has now become a reality for some people, or represents the reality of some people, how they think.
Oh, the
Look up
opening of
that.
Idiocracy is actually scary to go back and watch.
Oh, yes. A lot of Mad TV skits from the 90s, if I watch them, is like, oh my God, there are people who act like this. So,
Yeah. We have not progressed much, have we?
no. We basically, what was funny 20 years ago is the truth of today. And
Yes.
that's
That's why I'm
scary.
worried about making jokes or parodies, because it's like the simulation turns it into reality.
Whenever someone tries to cancel you, you bring me up. They cannot argue with a bisexual man from India. I am brown. I'm part of LGBT. I live in a third world. So their cancel culture, I'm immune.
I mean, if you were a woman, you'd be perfect, right? They'd have no ammo.
No. Up until like last year, being gay was criminal in my country. So I think I can live with that.
Oh wow. I wasn't
Yeah.
aware it was criminal up until a year ago.
Yeah, people were not put in jail, but if like, a divorce case happens and the person is proven that he's gay, he might suffer jail time, although it rarely happened. But still, on
Mm.
paper, it was. It was not enforced. But now, recently, the government the government like put out adultery from crime. Like earlier, like in divorce cases, if a man is found cheating, he would be put in jail. Now the government combined that consensual sex is not a crime. It can be a basis of divorce, but it is not a crime. You cannot put people in jail for having consensual sex with adults. So that's how the government circumvented the whole conservative debate about it. Is like we cannot violate in people's privacy. So this government is pretty smart. All right,
Okay,
come back to her.
this is so fucking stupid. I find it shocking that this guy can even like type on a computer and then press send to in an email and then like send, because this comparison he makes is just so fucking stupid. If my best friend was a guy and that guy spent a week out of every month bleeding out of his nose and just simply refused to address it or deal with it in a reasonably sanitary manner, I probably wouldn't hang out with him that week. Well, dipshit, that's literally not what's happening. You made up some fantasy scenario that would, if someone is bleeding out of their...
Bad analogy. Or the nosebleed thing. Bad analogy, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
Nose for like more than 15 minutes, more than 20 minutes, probably more than 30 minutes, go to the hospital. That is a really serious, like, fucking issue. You need medical attention immediately. And that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. This is a false scenario that would not happen. But he's saying what he would do in this false fake scenario that would not happen. I don't care. And it's not the fucking same thing, dipshit, spoo drag. I wish you had been aborted. But maybe I don't, because I'm making this really fun video, so thanks. Okay. I probably wouldn't hang out with him that week. Am I supposed to let him come into my home and sit on my very beige couch as he openly bleeds all over it without a care in the world? No, because your friend would be in the hospital if he was bleeding from his nose that fast.
Wow.
But yeah, bad analogy, but that analogy did bring out something interesting. Yeah. Don't go to the hospital if you're about to pop out a baby and you might die with the pain, or just, you faint with the pain. But if your nose bleeds for more than 15 minutes, that is when you go to the patriarchal establishment we refer to as hospital.
Apparently.
Ouch!
And also, she's completely skipping over the whole. There's someone's bleeding on your furniture. She's oh, well, you should just go to the hospital. Like you're completely skipping the point there.
Yeah, the whole point that I said, why you want to stay in your pajamas and go around with the smelling bad and all that. I mean, basics of hygiene, but then I don't expect much. Who can wipe her nose on her hand and then wipe it with her sock without even realizing it? So it's all normal for her on camera.
And you would probably be too fucking stupid to call 911 or to tell him to go to the hospital. Okay.
Apparently, you would be, not us.
Yeah. She will have to basically ask the doctor, hey, doctor, are you okay with period blood? Like, lady, you're having an appendix shock.
As a society, count me the fuck out. Good. Why don't you go live in Antarctica? Get the fuck away from women, because you shouldn't be anywhere near them.
What was that?
Nothing. The lady who was having a meltdown over someone not using a hyphen cannot say Antarctica properly. English is my second language, but girl, the American education system is fucked up if she is American. I'm sorry. There is something really, really wrong.
Okay. I don't feel like I'm being particularly contrarian or controversial when I'd say it's not unreasonable to expect a woman to deal with her period in as subtly sanitary manner as possible.
Oh, I thought she's just gonna press the crotch against the camera.
I thought she was about to start freebleeding on camera. I was very concerned for a second.
Oh god.
I was like scared, and I don't think she realized it.
Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
video if
Um.
my cat wasn't in it. It's
Um.
at the door. Dan, come be in the shop. Anyway. Okay, so that's also a shit ton of misogyny. That's saying, I don't think I'm being particularly contrarian or controversial. That's he's saying, I'm assuming the role of misogynist here.
What? He's just saying that I don't think I'm saying anything controversial. Oh, but that's just you assuming the role of misogyny. They had a leap.
Well, I mean, he made some bad analogies. I mean, he compared a normal body function to what was essentially an injury or illness. So it was a bad analogy
It
indeed. I
was.
agree.
It was. But I think if he had gone, like, I'm trying to think, what could he have done? If he had compared it to piss or shit, she probably be like, oh, well, it's just not the same.
Mm.
I guess he was trying
But
to go
it
for
is
the.
yeah, but it is a regular body function. And again, women are not shamed for period in the Western countries. They are not.
Hello box.
I mean, if an office is willing to give her there are even women who get sick leave. I know, I work for an American company. So women do get a longer break if they say, yes, I have this emergency. And they do have a provision for it in my company. And so I don't know, what does she want? I'm sorry, you're not allowed to, do what one of the journalists did a few days ago, like he took his dick out on a Zoom meeting, and you cannot say, oh, this is oppressive. This is a part of me. I need to celebrate it. And he took his dick out on a Zoom meeting, of course, unintentionally, but he ended up doing a dark side fill on a Zoom meeting, and he's a bloody CNN journalist. Tobin, what's his name? So I
Yeah,
don't
I remember
know.
reading about that. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, she just thinks you should be able to show up to work in your white pants, freely all over yourself, and walk around with a brown stain on your crotch the entire day.
Madam, that is called littering. If you are actually making a mess in the office intentionally, you can be penalized. Do it more often, and you will be fired. And you cannot claim I'm being oppressed because I actually ruined. Office chairs can be expensive, and a lot of times they are not even the company's property. They belong to a third party which is managing the building for them. So if they destroy any furniture, they get to pay the penalty. So thank you so much, ma'am. You are causing damage to the company. You are hitting our revenue.
I'm assuming the role of misogynist. I expect a woman to deal with her period in as subtly sanitary manner as possible. While it's not some taboo shaming point, it's also not something you have to literally wear openly on your sleeve or pants. Actually, it is a taboo shaming point, dumb fuck.
No,
Are
it's not.
you kidding me? Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Women get fired for like having their period on them or having their period at work.
Women get
No,
fired? Where?
no,
That was the
no,
lawsuits. The lawsuits that
no.
would occur. The company
Fucking,
would
it
never.
will be a lawsuit, yes.
The company would never. The company, even if there wasn't a successful lawsuit, the public shaming that would occur, the company would never go anywhere again.
Yeah.
Where does she? What world does she live in? Where women can just be casually fired for having their periods? Where?
No, no, women are not fired for having their period. There are even provision of uh, maternity leave. A company cannot fire a woman for becoming having a baby, but a lot of women choose to stop working because they feel that I I don't that it's not a good idea to leave a 1 month old child at home and then go to work. A lot of women stop working because of that. So that's a choice they make. I mean, we can debate about how long a maternity leave should be, but there is a provision. So there are laws that accommodate this. It's not like the law does not acknowledge that there is period and pregnancy and shit like that. It is a medical condition. I worked for a female boss for 3 years, and one time it became apparent that yes, it was that time of the month, and I could see, and she was talking to one of the female colleague, and then she said, "Okay, fine. You know what?" She did the meeting, but she did not stand up. She was sitting there because we can clearly see she was in pain. So she had the one who was the subordinate to her take care of the meeting. So it did happen, but she's the boss, damn it, and she took a break for the rest of the day. Fuck this. I don't think she has ever worked anywhere outside of like maybe a Walmart or McDonald's. And I know a lot of people think I'm shaming them for this, but no, it's not. But honestly, she hasn't worked in a real work. And even places like Walmart and McDonald's, they cannot discriminate you on the basis of this. If they did, your boss will be fired if you report it to corporate. He will be fired.
Yeah, this wouldn't fly anywhere. Like, what she's trying to
Even
spin.
Dollar General will accommodate for this. Out of all places, the most evil corporation known to man.
Or they get fired for acting out on her period, and people say that bullshit all the time to women about.
Well, to be fair, if you act out at work in any circumstances, it doesn't matter if your life just fell apart, you tend to get fired. So that's not being discriminatory.
Exactly. If you're having I have seen this. There was one person I know who had a big argument with his wife on the phone, and he almost yelled at me based on something else. And so my boss was there, and they said, "What is this?" And he was about to discipline him. I said, like, I think he had a big argument at home. I sort of had an idea what's going on, so I said, like, no need to take. But he said we have to give him a warning, and so they gave him a written warning, and he was sent home for that day, and then he came back the next day composed. So that happened. He was not on his period. He was having a domestic issue at home, but he acted out, and the whole I am PMSing is a temper tantrum you can throw at your boyfriend. It will not work at office. You cannot abuse people because you're having a period. Even if you have diagnosed mental disorders, you will be in trouble at work if you misbehaved with anyone or treated someone poorly or lashed out at anyone in a workplace.
Exactly.
Even if you have, yeah.
Yeah. Under all circumstances, if you show up there acting like an asshole, you will generally get in trouble for it.
Yeah, and it's not like, oh, my basking womanhood that I'm supposed to act like a bitch. No.
Yeah, like she can't expect people just to walk on eggshells as she acts like a psycho.
Yeah, because she's actually going around with a blowtorch.
Hi, Dan, say hi. Say hi to everyone.
Oh, of course,
Hey,
he has cats.
you're in the shot, Mama. You're in the shot, Mama. Women get fired and shit all the time, constantly. Women are discriminated against for having their periods.
Where are they fired?
And by whom?
Girls in India and fucking Africa can't go to school when.
Any comment on that?
They don't, not because the school would not allow them, but because their parents feel, especially for really young girls, it's a traumatic procedure. And then again, I said, yes, they are not allowed to go to school for a few days. And things are a little extreme in my country, but if you watch any TV channel here, society is actively working against the whole period shaming. Yes, I come from a country with period shaming, but even then as well, the places I know, I come from a village. My family, half of my family is still in a village doing farming and stuff. Okay. But they went to school. All my nephews, nephews and nieces, they are going to school. My cousins went to school, lived their life in the village. They never stepped out to a city. They went to school, they completed graduation, everything. And they have children now, so I can confirm that they did have periods. So I don't know. She wants to bring up India. Let's talk to an Indian here. I'll be happy to educate her.
They're on their periods because they don't have products, and people
Yeah,
make
that's
fun of
the
them and laugh
problem.
at them. This guy is
Yeah.
unfucking believable.
Oh God.
Okay,
Oh God.
Yeah,
She's talking about things she doesn't understand. Honestly, it's way too complicated than a fucking article she read on Facebook a few days ago. Oh my God.
Things usually are more complicated than the stuff you see on the news.
Exactly. And the culture in Eastern countries is a lot different. and a lot more complex. The societies are extremely complicated there as compared to how it is in the Western world, where things are a lot more homogeneous.
Also, I think there's just a general thing as well that you don't really know what it's like in another country unless you've actually been there and experienced it for yourself. There's always like you're always from the outside looking in.
Yeah, I mean, like the main topic of like the main joke for any comedian in America is mom jokes. An Indian cannot even dream of making jokes about, oh, my mom's so stupid, or your mom is a slut. No, it's an insult and they'll break your face for it if you do that to anyone's mother.
Oh, there's a lot of cultures like that, like insulting family. You know, you insult someone's sister, and like the Italians will hunt you down.
Yes, it's something similar. Yes.
And it's not so. It's also not something you have to literally wear openly on your sleeve or pants.
I just find it ironic that as we make technological advances beyond our wildest dreams, ones that may allow us to one day reside on Mars, which is not capitalized, or Brian, Mars is actually capitalized because it's a planet.
What about
No,
Antarctica,
it's a
ma'am?
it's
Can you
what we
say
call a proper
Antarctica?
noun, honey. And after that, we can practice cursive
Betty
because this
come.
is 5th grade, apparently. Okay.
I'm heated. Oh God.
Or take vacations to space, because going to Mars and taking vacations to space are somehow related to periods.
Yeah, she'll come back with period
Um,
stains on her spacesuit.
There's
Yeah,
a particular group of people who insist on promoting primitivism. Free bleeding is primitivism.
Yes,
pretty
it is. Yes, it is. No, it's not even primitivism. It is not even primitivism. It's unnecessary. I would say seeking, like, what should I say? I mean, it's like creating a cause and then to stand behind it, essentially.
It's also the whole origin of it, as far as I'm aware. So it has been said, and it's been said before many times, and no one's, as far as I'm aware, is debunked. It started on 4chan to troll the feminists, and they've somehow adopted it as a real thing.
Maybe because the whole OK sign being like a white power symbol and all that, that did began. And then this meninist also was a meme. And then apparently people started calling the men rights activist as meninist. And they said, like, we never coined this term. This is just a joke or like a satirical response to the crazy feminist. But the problem is that in men rights activists, there are a few extremely misogynistic fringe people, but in the current feminist movement, the fringe forms the majority. That's the issue. And but unfortunately, even for that fringe majority, this woman is too extreme. And if you talk about her, it'll be like, oh, come on, please don't say that. She's not. She's not. It's like using Osama bin Laden as an example of Muslims, you know.
Yeah.
Promoting primitivism at its most shocking. There's nothing empowering about openly bleeding all over yourself, regardless of gender. Well, this moron is a liberal because he's using the term gender, and this moron is a fucking idiot and not worth anyone's time because he's a man saying there's nothing empowering about openly bleeding all over yourself.
No, there isn't.
He doesn't even know what free bleeding is. He's never even actually talked to a real woman like me.
No. He hasn't talked to a woman that is a real woman. So she's right now putting down those two females in his house that they are not real women. Again, my same point I would come to.
That's what she does. I would love to know who else she considers to be a real woman. Has she met many real women? Do they act exactly like her? Are they in like a
Is
club?
her mom a real woman?
Yeah, these are good questions.
How do you become how do you become a real woman? Tell me, what do I need to do to become a real woman? Like, not me, of course, but if I bring you a test subject, what does she need to do to become a real woman?
No, they need to grow a lot of hair and not wear slave paint. It'd be very angry, apparently.
Okay, so not wear heels, got it. I know one woman who boxes, like she is into boxing, and she's actually a YouTuber, so I can actually try to arrange her to debate this woman.
Talk to me. It would have been helpful for this article, if you could call it that, if he had fucking talked to me, the person who had the #1 free-bleeding post on Instagram,
That's
about
what
what
she
that
wants.
meant. And that would have
She
cleared up.
wants a Vox News or a Vice News person to interview her. This is what it has all been about. She got way more attention than what she deserved, thanks to Joe Rogan and this person writing an article. And she's trying to piggyback it to get some mainstream attention, like maybe get on Dr. Phil. Or maybe, I mean, are you sure you really want to go that route? Be on Dr. Phil like truthfully Trisha did?
I mean,
She
she'd
just
fit
wants
right in.
She would, of course, but like this is like textbook case of clout chasing. I mean, you're saying these mean things and it's also inconsistent. Yeah, but like this is stupid. But like you should like fuck with a man, but don't marry him. Abortion is bad. Everything is being rejected. Is there is nothing that is functional in the society. Apparently, we need to nuke everything down and then start over. Well, she and the guy who likes period blood will repopulate the earth. Apparently, although I doubt she can with all those self-induced miscarriages. I'm saying it openly. If she wants to have a meltdown, it's her problem, not mine. She knows where to find me.
Yeah, and I don't think that we'll have to worry about her, finding a man who's attracted to period blood. I think she's effectively scared them all away, if there were any that existed.
No, you can find some extreme kinky people online. It is possible, personal experience. But one thing with the extreme kinky uh, people is that you will not find a stable relationship. They're all in for just fun and fuck. That's it. So, or most of them would be like would have too much issues to actually have a real session. They are more happy having a cam session with you or something, or like talk dirty. Even if
hold
you
on.
manage to meet them in person, a lot of times it's like you will not get a meaningful relationship out of that bond that you have between each other, which is simply based on the kink that they
Well,
like something.
If
Yeah.
at least in her case, if she finds a guy who's actually attracted to period blood, and and they're both down for that, you got to imagine that he's probably like, he feels pretty lucky. He might do whatever it takes to make it work. Because how what are the odds he finds someone else willing to do that, willing to engage in that sort of disgusting fucking behavior?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, we're not to kink shame, and people have some really weird kinks. I know men who bring
Here's the
out
thing,
guys on I know men who bring out guys on Grinder and then have them fuck their wife so in front of them, and then they walk.
She does kink shame in the sense that she wants everyone to have her kink. Everyone must be attracted to period blood, or you're a pedophile. Which is still I think that might actually be worse than the whole if you don't like body hair, you're a pedophile. If you're not attracted to period blood, you're a pedophile.
Okay. What about men who are exclusively into gorgeous but mature women like cougars? What about those guys?
Ugh.
They still want their cougars to be non-hairy, beautiful, traditionally beautiful. In fact, they prefer vintage-looking women. What about those? Are they pedophile too?
Yes, because the women, if they shave, are trying to appear more childlike. That's what she says.
He's gonna make this dumb shit. Okay. Upon further, very hesitant research, I thankfully discovered it appears this practice essentially started as a protest.
That's probably the
practice
truth,
on
Saga.
tampons and similar feminine hygiene products. Well, moron, this practice actually started because a lot of women don't have period products. A lot of women can't afford tampons. They can't afford pads. They can't afford cloth pads. Yeah, I don't like it either, Dan. Homeless women have to free bleed.
Yeah, but given a choice, they will prefer to
to
use a bloody pad or a tampon. Can't a homeless woman can't afford a period product, so she has no choice. And even then, also, she's not happily walking around with her stained pajamas. She would still sit in a corner trying to wash it, or use maybe like an old tissue or something, or a piece of cloth. They would make a roll of cloth and then they use it. I know that shit. I've worked for a fucking NGO. I've bloody distributed condoms in fucking prostitution brothels.
And this
is
whole
fucked
like
up.
free
Oh,
bleeding
no.
to stand in solidarity with homeless women. That makes no fucking sense. Yeah, if homeless women also will dig in the trash for food, are you going to do that to show solidarity as well? You can eat out of the trash?
Maybe she would. I mean, if you tell okay, if you actually meet a homeless woman who's really poor, literally has no money, nothing, she's living off scraps, and you tell her, okay, here's a backpack of tampons, she will happily grab it, and she might even trade it to her friends in return of something, because they want it. Given a choice, she would choose the tampon or the pad or whatever.
Yes.
Oh my.
Almost 100% of the time.
Also, homeless shelters in America give out hygiene products. In my country, we do have like these, at least in the big cities, not in villages, but in cities, you will find places where you get these homeless shelter for women shelter and stuff like that. They have hygiene products there.
I think
They
that's
do.
actually a common thing in the West. Actually, is a lot of times, like in a lot of the care packages, they'll include feminine products and shit like that because they
Yes.
understand that stuff is not necessarily easy to get for people.
And another problem in India was that women were not using pads because of shame and all that, and it was not available everywhere, and it is expensive. They are poor. What they do, they make a roll of cotton at home, and then they use it. So there's a big, like, literally there was a movie that was released educating women with a mainstream star like the Brad Pitt of India starring as the main character, educating his wife that don't use this cloth roll, I'll get you pads. And then his brothers like laugh at him, and then he's like, no, I love my wife, and I will bring the best, I want to have her a good life and all that. Bloody hell, what is she talking about? The fact that this problem is acknowledged, and more, because she did say that women, they don't have access to pads. So the solution is not stay in your pajamas. The solution is make the hygiene products accessible, and thankfully with technology they are super cheap as compared to what they were 20 years ago. You can have the generic version that you get at the dollar store, which work. We have a government label which the government makes and sells them at a loss because they want it to be cheaper for people to buy it. It's available for a few cents if I do the currency conversion. What the fuck is she talking about? She probably read one article on Facebook about this, of the whole period thing in India, and now she's harping on. She has declared the entire country, the women are just, staining their pajamas out on the road here. Stupid.
Yeah, I just don't get why she's so confident that like all these people are being shamed for their peers, that she needs to be in solidarity. Like, where is this coming from?
But what if a woman has the means to buy a pad and use it? Then she calls them, they're not even real women. They need to get away from all the men. What?
All right, we're gonna see if we can get through this. We got another 19 minutes left, and this is insanity.
Oh, I suppose to.
Because this article is all about him. All eyes on Brian. I wrote what I thought was a complete article before discovering this. I live in Pennsylvania. Good thing I'm not fucking going to Pennsylvania. One of only a very few states. Oh, okay. One of only a very few states in America where such products are not taxed. In fact, the two states supplemental to what is considered my tri-state area, New Jersey and Delaware, are two others. Delaware because it has no sales tax at all, and New Jersey because, well, I guess it doesn't want women openly bleeding themselves on its beaches in protest. Okay, so not taxing tampons means that women want to openly bleed all over themselves on its public beaches. I fucking hate this guy. He's such a misogyny.
I'm confused by what she just said.
She said that New Jersey decided to not tax tampons and pads because they did not want women bleeding out and throwing period blood in protest.
Yes,
That's
I got that part. I got that part.
Mm-hmm.
And then she jumps up and she jumps on that, and is like it's a bad thing. Is that what she's doing?
No idea. And in fact, like the whole sales tax thing, because America has a very different setup, that every state has a very extreme policy for taxing certain things and certain things not. Like, so in one state you might find gas too expensive, and the other you might find alcohol too expensive. So, but these things are in place for a long time. No state would actively declare, okay, now we are going to tax tampons, because they will of course get a backlash overall, because this is going to increase the cost, and it would be like a anti-women action. Rather, a state would actually declare, we are not going to tax tampons, and it would be celebrated. Yay! They're helping women. They're helping poor women or something. I don't know.
And if they were to increase taxes on, if anything, they'd increase taxes on the stuff used to make it, and then they would have to. The companies would just have to raise the prices
Yeah,
naturally.
the fiber and the cloth material and stuff like that. Yep. Because that thing is expensive. That thing is super expensive. You have to buy it in bulk and run into a factory. If you just buy the stuff that goes into it, it can be expensive.
Okay. I apparently live in a bubble where tampons are not taxed. I had no idea before writing this that women were paying unfair and unnecessary taxes on tampons. Oh my god. Okay. That being said, free bleeding as a protest is probably a brilliantly disgusting way to change state policy. I know I'd be all for change if I lived in a state where women were being taxed on tampons and protesting in this manner.
Well, you see, that's the journalist actually making a good point, I guess. I mean, if you're going to protest the price of tampons, free bleeding all over yourself is one way to do it.
That
It's
is actually a cause. That is actually a legitimate cause to stand behind. That is a legitimate cause to stand behind. And she so far never made any valid point that, hey, why am I living in whatever state I'm living in, maybe California, Texas, wherever she is. Like, okay, why are we paying so much tax on tampons in this state, and why when Pennsylvania has no tax? Then it would be like, okay, fine, you know what? Because of your tax policies, I'm unable to afford. A lot of women are unable to afford tampons. They are expensive. So I have to let it out.
Just keep in mind, it's the journalist making this point. She's reading the article from this.
Yes, but she's doing it is like, because I am superwoman. You all are less of a woman than me, because I like to stay in my pajamas so that I can angry tweet all the time. I guess I don't know how that works. No, the journalist did make a very good point that, there have been instances like if there was a dirty water in a place, so what the people did, they gathered the dirty water and threw it on the faces of the politicians, that, hey, this is the filthy water we are forced to drink. Same thing for there. I understand, but yeah, she never thought of that.
That's like a peaceful protest type thing against like something that can actually be changed. This whole bleed all over yourself for empowerment, that's just pointless. There's no point.
What are you accomplishing? What are you accomplishing? I would actually stand with the women throwing period blood at a politician, that why did you decide to tax tampons in the state when the neighboring state has cheaper tampons because no tax?
Yeah,
this is
that's something that connects. It's actively pushing towards something that can be changed. Just basically bleeding all over yourself, having a bodily function all over yourself, as to stand by homeless women who don't want to be doing that in the first place. That makes no sense.
If she was this much into it, then I would actually rather appreciate her if she posted live streaming donating tampons to homeless women. Would make sense.
That would be more empowering and more of a pro-woman move than what she's trying.
Even if she did it for the camera, I would still, because ultimately, even if one person is benefited by her action, it's sufficient, because at least one woman got that bloody pack of tampons. Not the bloody, I mean non-bloody, clean pack of tampons. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wow. So you can't just have a woman say, hey, I don't like it that tampons are taxed. You have to have them bleed all over wherever you are.
Huh?
Call to action for every woman in this guy's fucking town in Pennsylvania. Free bleed the fuck all over him.
By the way, Amish women use the cloth roll. Just to enlighten everyone, Amish women, they may not use tampons or something, but they do use the cloth roll, the cotton cloth, and they make a roll, and with cotton, like you make a home shift, they use that. Just to let you know, they don't stain their clothes. Just letting you know, because they are hardworking women who have to work in the farm all day. They don't sit and
even the Amish won't stoop that low.
Yeah, and plus, if she actually walked to a place full of homeless
That
women with no tampons, with her pajamas staining, "Hey, ladies, I'm empowering you," they'll probably slap her.
I think the Amish ladies would probably eat her alive because they actually have to go out and do things.
Yeah, they are farm ladies. They work hard. They churn butter with hand. They raise cows. They work in the farm. Oh, come on, they are the best. They are amazing people. Honestly, Amish are amazing people. I really am fascinated by them, that they are living in America off grid. They don't, and they're non-violent. Best of all, they're non-violent
One thing
inherently.
I have read about like the people like in the Amish, and the reason they're not considered a cult is because
Mhm.
they force the kids to leave, and most of them end up coming back.
Yes, they don't shame their children for leaving the religion.
Like it's like a requirement though that they have to leave, and then they have to choose to come back. It's like a
They
requirement.
have,
That's
yeah,
what I read.
it is a sort of like part of the initiation
Like a
process.
rite of passage.
Go out, because again, because the thing would happen is like, if the kids are made to stay, because a lot of kids will find it difficult to leave either way because they're attached to their parents. So they do it as a part that children should also be aware of the outside world. They don't want to be this naive villager who knows nothing and then r- ends up getting scammed by a fucking used car salesman. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I think that is very good. Plus, what I like about them is like they call themselves inherently non-violent, which is something I admire about them. So it's an Argarian. They are basically doing what Gandhi preached. He never accomplished that all his life, but these Americans living across the world, no knowledge of who Gandhi was, they are actually living Gandhi's dream, a self-sufficient, non-violent Argarian community.
Yeah. That's really interesting. Yeah, and
Yeah, because
I just like how they're not a cult. Like they managed to avoid the cult label.
no, they sell their stuff. They have a farmer market. They have a restaurant. They sell their cheese. They sell their furniture. And funny thing is about Gandhi. You know why Gandhi would always be shown wearing barely a sheet wrapped around his body? Because that was something that he prepared himself. He said, "There are people without clothes, so poor. So I'm gonna wear what I make. You wear what you make with your own hands. Like, you know how grow your own food, kind of like have a
Yeah,
kitchen
he had
garden."
didn't he take like a vow of poverty? He wanted to like he was always
Yes.
fasting and things like that too.
Yeah, he was super rich. His parents paid for his college in that time, sent him to South Africa to get educated. So he came from a very rich family. He took the vow of poverty. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back to the craziness. Now we've talked about Gandhi. Let's go back to the crazy lady.
With the blood on you, watch him squirm and run for his goddamn life.
Oh god.
Okay. In fairness, though, there's also probably more civilized ways to protest, but perhaps not quite as effective. If I ever see a woman openly bleeding in public in protest of tampon tax, okay, so he's saying, I'll no doubt be writing my state representative on the spot. So he's saying only if he's disgusted by women is he going to write to his state representative for them to not tax tampons.
No.
No,
No.
he's making a point in favor of free bleeding, and she's too dumb to see it.
Seriously, this is like Onision with a gender swap. Seriously. Oh my god, this is gender swap Onision.
So it takes being disgusted by women. Okay. So the hashtags for this are women, life, politics, protest, feminism. Okay. Why the fuck would a man ever write about this? A man who has no fucking idea what he's talking about isn't
Because men aren't heartless beasts out to oppress women and take all the rights away. You know, we have feelings. Sometimes we want to see our fellow human treated fairly. I know it's a hard concept to grasp.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I just received my today's mission of oppression, and I'm required to do a few tasks. So once I'm done with my sleep, I'll start oppressing women once I wake up and I have my coffee. I have no idea what you just said.
Yeah, I'm at a loss.
Do you know I am actually exclusively hired by my company? We have a dedicated department that I head. It's called Oppress the Women and Ensure the Wage Gap Exists. I head that department.
I would love to hear her opinion on the wage gap. I'm sure she would have very strong opinions on those.
Clear about what menstruation actually is, doesn't even speak to women who are comfortable with it. Takes my picture, who he could directly message, doesn't fucking spell Mars correctly. Why does he think he has any right to speak about this? I have no idea what's going on in the gay male community with HIV, but I know that that's going on, and other STDs for that matter. I
Wow.
don't.
Wow.
That's like another.
Wow. Where did gay men come from? When this dude clearly said he has a wife, is she calling him he's gay and he probably has AIDS? I'm using her argument, by the way, right now. I'm just
It's
stretching
because
it out.
he's not attracted. He's not attracted to period blood, so he must be gay. And which
By the way,
somehow
he's saying this man has no right to write an article, yada yada. Who died and left her in charge?
I don't know. Like, it's really weird. Like, and then she's bringing up gay people in HIV as well as like it's some sort of point I'm making against the guy in the article. Like, no.
Yeah, I mean, like everybody's got AIDS and shit.
She's a bit. She's kind of a bit behind, by the way. But we're starting to figure out which year she actually lives in, or she's talking about the HIV.
Yeah, because the whole AIDS and the gays and all that was like an 80s thing. I think that era is over.
Yeah.
And it's like it's actually pretty like I think it can be because we don't have these type of microaggression laws here in India, but I think in America to assume that a gay dude has AIDS or something and call it like that, I think she can get in trouble with the diversity department of a company that she works with, if she works.
Yeah, you don't generally just bring that up, especially this day and age. It's a bit of a stereotype, dare I say.
In fact, we have like this sensitivity training quite often in my company. We have these slideshows that we have to go through. So there are like example of scenarios. So where this thing, like the colleague is gay, and you saw someone making a remark, oh, he probably has some disease or something. That can be considered discrimination, and you can be reported to our ethics hotline or something. You know,
yeah, like anywhere in the West, it's the same thing. If there was like a gay person working there, and you brought up and assumed they had some type of disease, like that would not go well.
That would get you in trouble with the ethics department of whatever company you work with, if they have one.
I mean, you would get one hell of a goddamn reaming at the very least.
Yeah, and if the other person actually reported you for discrimination, you are done. You're not only fired, you'll be cancelled on Twitter probably, and you will be blacklisted from that main company and all the affiliates. So if you work for a big company like Microsoft or something, good luck finding a job.
And Visa and MasterCard will ban you. You will have to use Bitcoin the rest of your life.
Yeah, or you'll have to maybe wait in the line with the homeless women, hoping Leah TV comes in with her stained pajamas. Yeah, by the way, I'm the token dude who's misogynist from a third world, probably. So I would love to have a discussion with her. Let's see what she knows about my country, and then I'll see how well she pronounces and how many mistakes she makes in getting the names right.
Oh, don't have her start pronouncing names.
Yeah, especially Indian names. Especially Indian names. Oh, I love it.
Know that. I can't possibly know that. Even if I hung out with gay guys for 3 fucking months and was with them all the time, maybe I could get a better idea, but I still wouldn't ever become a gay man, even if I transed out and pretended to be a gay man. I would still be looking at it as an outsider. So I
wow. So wait a second. Why is she like still alive in the time of Pink News? She just said, I cannot just trans out and become a gay man. Wow.
Oh, she does not like the transgender people at all. That's why one of the reasons that she's been ousted from a lot of the radical feminist communities is that she hates them. Not even that not even like a disagreement on it. Hates them.
Like, but she said, I have not. She clearly said that she hasn't hung out with gay men. If she said, I would know more about them, but then she just started mention gay men. We're talking about they like there's got like AIDS and then STDs going on. Is like, bitch, what? No.
It's clear that she doesn't hang out with many gay men if she still thinks that there's an AIDS epidemic that's worth mentioning.
Oh, I know for a fact that HIV is the most common group of people that have HIV are gay men. That is concerning to me. I would say that, but that's all I would say.
You don't look
I don't
concerned, my
know
dear.
enough about it. Why the fuck would I write
Then
about it?
shut up.
Anyway, this guy's a total moron, and I think more women should free bleed because that way, if more women free bleed, it would end the stigma against periods. It would at least lessen it, and then maybe it wouldn't be such a big deal for these other girls in other countries who can't afford tampons or pads or any menstrual product to have her period in public. Having your period is a normal thing. Like, are you going to be embarrassed if you have to sneeze or you have to?
I'd be embarrassed if I sneezed and I got snot all over myself, especially on a live stream or something.
Yeah, and then I am not wearing the right socks where I can actually just take it in my hand and wipe on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we don't have that privilege.
Or you're sweating because it's really hot. Like,
I would be embarrassed if I was sweating in a white shirt and you could see very clearly that my stained pits. Yes, I would be. Yes, I would be embarrassed.
Well, like my fans love my smell of my body or my sweat, so it's okay. But yeah, I would, in a professional setting, I would avoid sweating my pits and all that. I would watch that. It's a joke.
That's the thing. Man, woman, like, who could support this person except for her like weird subset of people exactly like her?
She herself doesn't support half of her arguments. She contradicts herself like 10 times.
are a woman and therefore you should be menstruating. All these fucking stupid ass birth control, which I'm completely against, by the way. That's a whole nother video. But all these fucking stupid ass birth controls that like eliminate your period or gives you 4 periods a year or something dumb. Yeah, that's bad news. That is bad fucking news. And
you know what she's referring to? You know what she's referring to? Some women want normal healthy birth control, the one that you go to a nice doctor. There are the physical barrier one where they insert something inside you and there's like a small tag which blocks it. You will still get your periods, because if your period is stopped, your bloody entire system will block and you will swell up. So you can't stop that. What she's referring to is hormonal treatment and stuff like that, where these hormonal medicines are given which chemically stop you from ovulating completely. But that is not what the regular birth control pill does. This woman has no idea. She is still referring to the studies that were done during the 80s when birth control was new, and there were reports, okay, these medicines are bad, these medicines are good. Wow. Go on.
For women so that men can fuck women. Birth control was created by men for women in patriarchy so that men could fuck those women and hopefully not get her pregnant. Oh, because she's on birth control. We're doing another.
Wow. I just said that some time ago that men created birth control so they can create sex dolls and keep fucking these women without having to bother with children. But aren't the right wingers who are anti-abortion the most against birth control? But they say that you better do abstinence and do not be promiscuous, stop having sex outside of marriage. She's against that as well, because if you go to the most patriarchal society, they frown upon premarital sex. They refuse, I would say, the whole fucking around thing, and they believe in like get married, have children. You marry your wife and have as much sex as you want with her. That's what they tell. That the patriarchal society, that's what they tell men, unless she's referring to, I don't know, some tribe in Amazon which is inbreeding right now as we speak. No offense. I don't know. Wow. This woman is out there. This woman is out
I don't know
there.
who she's referring to anymore. She's just everywhere.
Not this video, but like, if you had actually even looked at my picture that I took, you would see that I'm doing it in the privacy of my own home. And then I just took a picture and posted it. Okay,
Making it public.
my own home of me doing
Yes.
whatever the fuck I want and post them.
Yeah.
Does that mean they're going to be posted? That they're going to be met without criticism? No. But I can fucking free bleed in my own home, moron. And I didn't ever say that I was gonna like go out in public and ooh free bleed there. Though I have done that actually. I did that shortly after. It was either shortly after or shortly before I posted that picture. And when I free bleed, if I do it, I am wearing black, so you don't even
Why?
see it.
What's the point then?
If I didn't have like I guess if I was free bleeding, I would bring like a towel with me. Like this time that I free bled, I was wearing black and I had a towel with me, because I was actually going to the beach with some friends, and I would take my towel. Like we went to a coffee shop before we even went to the beach, but I just like sat on my towel to be considerate, and I got blood nowhere other than on my skirt that I was wearing, and I probably got it on the towel, but good thing I fucking took the towel with me. I'm saying that women in Pennsylvania should free bleed all over this guy and go to his fucking house and free bleed on his shit and free bleed on his car and free bleed on his life, because men.
You are currently inciting vandalism.
No, she's inciting period blood activism.
Just like go free bleed on everything the man owns. I mean, ew. God.
Oh,
Poor guy.
I'll play.
Menstrual blood is the only blood shed not from violence, but it's the only blood that men are disgusted by. What the fuck is wrong with you? If you're a straight man and you like women, you should be okay with periods.
To be perfectly honest, I'm a little grossed out by anal blood too. So I mean, you know.
By the way, your body, if you actually read the nitty-gritty of how period blood comes out, it is pretty violent that you actually read it like on paper. It's a pretty violent procedure where literally the skin, the inner layer of the womb sort of like dies, and then the body's system itself removes it, scrapes it off, and then throws it out of your body. That's pretty violent, but it's a biological procedure, and so a lot of, if you go into biology, it's pretty fucked up. But she's saying that this is the only type of bloodshed that doesn't happen with violence, and men are grossed out only by this. Which man is not grossed out by bleeding caused by violence unless, I don't know. I mean,
You're desensitized to it, basically. That's the only time you wouldn't be bothered by it.
so like if I'm like, it's like if someone is like, if there is bleeding caused by violence, so we are, apparently men are not grossed out by it. What is she saying? Because I can get pretty grossed out by a lot of things, including violence. I wear glasses, and the only few instances of violence I have had experienced in my life, I got lucky. I once pushed a guy down the stairs, so, but I felt really bad about it. I almost cried that, oh my God, I injured you. So Yeah, I mean, I don't know what her point is.
I don't know. She seems to be in this weird reality where she thinks that people are only get grossed out by period blood. When a lot of people, there are fully grown men who are like big tough guys that if someone starts to bleed, they'll pass the fuck out. I've seen it happen.
Yes. Most people will not be able to handle it unless those who are like been hardened, like if they are like doctors or something. If someone like during industrial accidents, all these tough guys, especially young ones, they might be tough, gym build, buff dudes. If someone has like an injury and it's gushing out blood, they will lose their cool. I say 8 out of 10 will lose their control completely. They'll pass out or they'll vomit
A
or
lot of
stop
times it's like
crying.
it's like a shock, and like the blood pressure will drop and they'll just faint.
Yes, it happened to me. I
Yeah.
witnessed something and it happened to me. I fainted. And it wasn't even a human, it was a dog that I witnessed get hit by a car. It happened to
Yeah,
my dog.
there's probably some sort of evolutionary reason for it. Maybe it's like playing possum, but
No, it's not plain possum. It's more like if you see that much blood, it's like you get the reaction. It's like, that's it. I'm dead, and there's nothing we can do about it. This is the end now. Fall.
I know that one of the theories for why like if one person pukes, it kind of like another person will puke is because
Yes,
a
it's
lot
the
of
smell and the sound.
it was communal eating. So if someone ate something poisonous, if Jim was over there puking, maybe we should eject whatever the hell we just ate.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Women have more intense orgasms while they're on their periods because their uterus is contracting, and you can also have sex for longer because period blood is a natural lubricant. Oh, but you're so grossed out. Brian Brewington is so grossed out. Oh, it's so
Okay.
unsanitary.
Okay.
Wow.
As someone who has
You're
been
a
with
piece of
women
shit, Brian.
intimately,
You are a
let
piece
me educate you. Let me educate you. During the period time, the vagina smells really bad because of the rotten blood. And women are so conscious about it themselves, not because of a man wants to do it, but themselves. And vagina, unless you have a disease or you are like menopaused, vagina is pretty wet and lubricated. It is the ass we need to insert separate lubrication or third party lubrication. This woman is not even familiar with her own anatomy. No wonder she has sex with men who bloody can't wear a condom properly. God. Play.
talking to a friend of mine a while ago, and I knew she wasn't comfortable with her period like at all, just based on prior conversations. And I was like, why don't you just free bleed at home? And she was like, and ruin a towel? I'm like, are you okay? I'm sorry that your life is so messed up that you're actually worried about ruining a towel. And she lived alone in her own apartment. Like, or why don't you buy a freaking black towel or a darker colored towel? Like, listen, free bleeding is really important, and you ought to do it. Try to do it if you can. And the other thing about fucking free bleeding, listen, when I took that picture, that was during my time of heaviest flow of blood, okay? And I actually know exactly when that happens because I have a fucking pattern of the way that I bleed. So it wasn't like I just like randomly bled all this. I knew I was going to bleed a shit ton right like within the hour.
making it premeditated does not make it better. That makes it worse.
Yeah, I mean, like if he wants to, like instead of, like, how we have a child, we would rather have the child poop naturally, like in a pot or something, rather than they, you know, fill up a diaper if you are at home and with the child the entire time. So I understand, because I said like a friend of mine, she did that. Like if she was at home all alone and she was about to have a period, she had also a predictable flow. I don't get grossed out by this. I can actually have really these deep conversations. If she wants to get into this, I actually can. That's why I'm saying bring her on. I want to debate her. I will not destroy her. Let's have a discussion. Let's see what she wants. Let's see what she actually has to say. And I'm pretty sure she has nothing to say. Honestly, she will just go around in circles with the word salad.
I doubt she'll even come on. I really do.
Yep. For someone who blocks YouTube comments, I don't expect much from you, lady. You're a coward. You are a clout chaser. You are trying so hard to come on Dr. Phil. I'm sorry. You want to play identity politics? You lose. You want to play rules and laws? You lose. You want to bring examples from India? Namaste. चलो बात करते हैं बहन की लोड़ी. So that's it. Let's talk. I'm the perfect candidate for all your talking points. I can elaborate on those. Lady, bring it on.
Yeah, see, the thing is too, if you look at her channel, she is not some big YouTuber either. You can't imagine she's getting that many comments fighting with her. So if that little bit of criticism is already too much, I just don't see her.
And she has been dragging this for years now because the video that Shuan had made is like 4 years old.
Yes, she has been soldiering on, combating the hate. Apparently, she said that the one with "Don't Give Birth in a Hospital" is her most hated video.
Of course, because there are women who did give birth in hospitals. There are women who lost someone they know due to a bad childbirth. Their moms must have told them stories about an aunt they lost because she died in childbirth at home because it was the time of the war, right? So
yeah,
she's actually a spoiled brat who's living all the privileges of a first world country, finding it bored. It's like the emo kids who are all these rich kids who feel lonely.
It's the fact she compares herself to a slave, but slave paint, like, oh my god.
Women spend a lot of money on makeup, and I mean, I work in an office with like a lot of women. Some of them don't wear makeup at all. Some of them wear makeup sometimes. Some of them don't wear makeup at all. Some of them wear it like on one day, and the other day, like, I didn't feel like wearing makeup, so I came just like that. I was like, that's it, and we joke about it.
Yeah, I mean, she had one of her videos as well where she actually talked about someone wearing slave paint to work and how that stuff should be banned. Like, it's
listen, there are some jobs that require you to wear makeup, like if you're like a flight steward and like or in the hotel industry, even men are supposed to shave their face if they are in a flight attendant or if they are working in the hotel industry.
Yeah.
Even like bank where there is no need to shave your face, this is an unwritten rule, although some places do allow it. So it's okay. A lot of banker ladies I have seen, they don't wear makeup.
Yeah, I think that actually, if anything, I would say the men not having facial hair is probably more enforced than women have to wear makeup.
Correct. And if you are dressed in a business attire, nobody can tell if you have shaved your body or not, my dear. Because a business attire for women is full sleeves and trousers. You want to show your legs? A lot of women even wear stockings. That's fine.
What I've seen is business, like a business skirt. That's a lot of times. Like, there's like longer skirts that'll go down about your knees or whatever.
Yep.
A lot of times that's what people will wear.
Although by her symptoms, I can tell she has never worked in a business place other than unless if she's talking about one of these tech startups in California. So I can understand why these companies just collapse after like the money runs out from the investors. That's it. So that's okay. That doesn't count.
Yeah. I don't know if like someone who, because she's like saying she's a scriptwriter. I just don't know how well she'd handle in a professional setting like that.
It's like the same, student loan for drama degree. Girl, you know Angela Bassett.
So I bleed at night. Like when I'm having my heaviest flow, it's on a specific day of my period, and it's at a specific time. And I can schedule around that.
Wow.
Most women have no idea when the fuck that time is because they're so disconnected from their bodies, probably because they're so traumatized from having menstruated.
Traumatized.
The first time they did.
Okay. Of course, a girl would be terrified. Yes. Oh my God, mom, I'm bleeding. A blood means something to be afraid of. It's a child we are talking about. Be a little sensitive, you want.
That's why a lot of times they, will teach, like we talked about earlier, they will teach this stuff in school so that when it does happen, the girl doesn't think, oh my God, I'm fucking dying.
Yes, because it is traumatizing because there is pain, there is blood, and it's a trigger response of your brain. If you see blood, means you are injured.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
That's why education's important. And why, if you let people know ahead of time of when it's coming.
Yeah, combine that with all the hormones that rage. So you are already in a vulnerable state. You are a teenager. Like, it's like the worst of everything combined when a girl gets her first period. So yes. Fuck this.
And that's probably a little bit of the truth too, because I just don't see this person roaming the world
Hmm.
and ending up with
Yeah,
this
he
woman.
likes to talk about India a lot. Let me bring you here. I'll show you the urban part, which is actually more advanced than America in certain aspects. Then I'll take you to the rural part of the country where people live in wood houses and still use pots made out of earth and just have one or two set of clothes. That level of poverty I can show you within 100 miles, 2 hours drive. I can show her. And then we'll talk how sensitive they are, how empowering her stained pajamas are. And I'm actually wondering if she was actually a mom whose daughter bled for the first time and she came all terrified, upset, crying to her in pain. And instead of, comforting her or giving her any good advice, she'll be like, "Oh, my daughter, our time has come." And then she'll probably put her on the altar, celebrating it.
Maybe that could be why. That's right. Oh my God, free bleeding is a sacred right.
She'll take like a handful of it from her crotch and then on her face and make a painting on the wall of Donald Trump. And then
God.
boom.
Starts baptizing the young, in her period blood.
Wow. I didn't expect this much to happen with like 9-hour shift and sleep deprivation.
I mean, the rabbit hole for this person just seems to grow deeper. And I haven't even watched
This
all
is
their
not
stuff.
a rabbit hole, my friend. This is the mine shaft.
Tension in their yonis, okay? And when you free bleed, when you're just
Uh-huh.
sitting or standing or
Uh-huh.
doing whatever the fuck you want, and you
Uh-huh.
free bleed, you can feel that
Uh-huh.
fucking tension just go.
Oh, wow.
That's why so many women are tense, is because they're your muscles contract when you're tense. Your body manifests that in a specific way, and for a lot of women it's on their yoni muscles. They tense
Yeah.
up and then they don't bleed as much, and then they're fucking tense.
Oh, she used a word.
Oh
She used
my
a Sanskrit
god,
word.
it's exhausting. Okay.
All right. She used a Sanskrit word, by the way. So she is those typical fake yoga hippie types. She used the word yoni. Now, yoni is the Sanskrit word used for vagina. And she said, your vagina muscles contract. No, ma'am. Yoni is not uterus. Yoni is vagina. And when you are actually bleeding, it is your entire system from your gateway, which is the vagina, all the way to the whole cervix, and then the womb. That is not yoni. They use yoni as a symbol of womanhood. Yoni is just the gateway, the vagina, the front part.
You see, I've
Then you
never
have
heard that term in my life, ever.
No.
So
I'm telling you. All these stupid clowns that preach all this yoga nirvana shit, you will find them. They'll never ever dare talk to a native Indian. If any Indian you'll find there would be second or third generation Indian, born and brought up in America, never been to India, except for like that one trip they took when they were 12, like Kamala Harris type. So this yoni that she used, they actually are confused because it's a poor translation. Like, every Indian cuisine is
so this
curry.
originates from India, that she's using?
Yeah,
Or-
yoni is a Sanskrit word. Like yoni is the term for vagina. Vagina, the somewhat like spiritual term as it is mentioned in the religious scriptures is yoni. Of course, slangs are different, but that's yoni. But that's just the front part that you see outside if you open a woman's crotch. The womb is called garbh, which is also means like the altar, or like the crypt of like in a temple where there's like the main building and then there's like a smaller room where you actually have the god statue. That is referred to as garbh. It is considered sacred. So inside a temple, the most holy part of the temple, that is what a garbh is. So it is her garbh which is contracting, and all the blood is coming out the chamber, which is the womb or uterus. She's using a wrong term. So her entire points that she's making has no value in there. She
So-
is a fraud, uneducated woman who read a bunch of articles and some books written by white hippie who came to India when he was high and observed some things. He met some quacks. Some tour guides took him to some English speaking Baba or some English speaking Maharishi who taught them this nonsense, and then they wrote a book about it. This woman is a
Yeah,
fraud.
it seems like she has like, because she mentions like a couple of things about India. It's like she has a cursory knowledge of it, and is
Yeah,
like,
because she read the articles on Facebook. She saw that
yeah,
documentary of that Raza Aslan eating human flesh, even though that whole thing was just a costume party. I
yeah,
can tell
and
you.
the fact that she's using Indian words while speaking. See, I didn't pick up on that. I would have just assumed that was some weird slang she was using. But
That's what
yeah,
I'm saying.
that's yeah, that's
Yeah,
uh,
chakras and yoni, and they talk about shit they don't understand based on poor translations. That's my whole problem with the caricatures, because most of it is something written by the British colonists who were writing about the religion of their servants, essentially hating the mosquitoes and the heat while thinking they are the superior race. So that's what most of the knowledge about Western world that the Western world has for India and Indian culture, unfortunately. And sadly, the academics that followed after independence did little to change that. Unfortunately, they also followed the same nonsense caricature, which is now breaking up. Finally, people are doing research. Internet has made everything available. We are seeing pictures of temples we never saw before, and wondering why. Who the fuck cares about Taj Mahal now when you have a temple which is 2,000 years older than that, a lot more beautiful and a better craftsmanship in a better condition. That's how it is. But Taj Mahal is
yeah.
famous because hey,
There's
because the
actually
white man liked it.
more than just India. Like a lot of people, like if you mention the Hagia Sophia, they don't even know what you're talking about.
Correct. They don't know what happened there. They don't know what happened after independence. They don't know how it happened during the Ottoman Empire. They don't know what happened when the first military dictatorship that declared Turkey as secular. There's a lot of thing that happens here. It's like they try to argue with me, telling me what's wrong with my country, and I'm like, dude, when you can spot Albania and Armenia on a map, we'll talk.
I got into an
Fuck.
argument with someone the other day online because they were like so confused. What do you mean the Ottoman Empire was in World War One? Are you serious?
And they admire Ataturk for making Turkey secular, daring to make Turkey secular. Yes, he did, but he also committed the Armenian genocide. So there you go.
Which they still deny to this day.
Yeah, with 11 around how many? Like I think 11, like 100,000 people. I think approximately they were literally walked into the desert and starved to death.
They killed all the men and then took the women as wives, basically.
Yeah, that's the basics of Muslim war. You take their wives, their war
Yeah,
trophies for you.
which makes the
You need
whole
not even marry them. You need not even marry them. You can have them as sex slaves. Although Muslims don't have a backup plan in case if they lose the war, what will happen to their women? They don't have a backup plan.
And just before we go back, just remember the group that did that was known as the Young Turks. Also,
Oh yes,
happens to be the
I
name
know.
happens to be the name
I
of a news
know.
organization that denies the Armenian
And
genocide.
the biggest and the worst thing is Anna Kasparian, the one, their harpy who screeches and
She's
yells at everybody.
Armenian. I know.
She's Armenian. That cunt is
Yes.
Armenian. You cannot find a better example of a fraud than this. She's a fucking Armenian.
Oh,
That she's under that flag of Young Turks. How dare you? It's like a Polish woman or a Jewish woman sitting under and working for a news channel called the Nazi Spirit.
Some things really do just write themselves.
Oh my god.
Article, and I will leave a link below to my picture. And I also wanted to tell y'all how I deal with my period. You know, when I'm not free bleeding on fucking Brian Brewington's front door, is I use cloth pads. And I've tried everything. First of all, I don't think anyone should be using tampons because I'm against them. The tampon applicators, that plastic is really low grade plastic. It's also not it's not. I don't.
Yeah,
think it's
tampons are pretty invasive. You have to literally put it inside like a dildo. It's pretty. A lot of women find it very uncomfortable. They never caught on in India, tampons at all. They were launched,
I
but they
hear
never.
mixed opinions from what I have
Yeah, but
heard from
yeah,
people.
but it's a lot of women find it invasive, so I'm okay with her. Again, there are different designs available. If you don't like tampons, fine. And now, see, I told you, cloth pad, the one she made herself with a cotton pad. This is what poor women in India who don't have access that she was crying about 10 minutes ago use.
Yeah, and here it's funny that like you actually seem to like know a bit about you said your country has period shaming. Well, at least in the West that's not really a thing, but it's just not something that's discussed. Like,
Yeah, it's like it's there. You have literally dedicated sections in supermarket where they sell tampons and bloody menstrual cups and stuff like that. You'll find ads on TV where daughter is talking to her mother. Mom, I just don't feel fresh. It's that time of the month again. You remember those cheesy ads from the 90s? God, they were so quotable and funny, but they were there. Even now also we have these ads on TV and people joke about them.
oh, well, we're almost through this. Another 8 minutes of insanity.
Tampons are also really expensive. And even the 100% cotton ones, listen, the cotton was grown with pesticides. Chances are, you don't want that up in your yoni. I'm telling you.
Yoni.
So
Yoni.
A lot of times your food and stuff is grown with the same stuff put on it. So
Go on.
I used tampons for a long time. I tried to use a Diva cup, but it gave me yeast infections, and I went to the doctor, and the nurse was like, "A lot of women, that happens with a lot of women." But a Diva cup was cool. Would be cool if it didn't give me yeast infection. Just know that that's a possible side effect. I've used a menstrual sponge before. I actually still use those, but only if I'm going swimming when I'm on my period. But what I use most of the time is cloth pads. Okay, I use fucking cloth pads because I'm a boss. These are in the long run. These are a lot fucking less expensive than paper pads or tampons. This one's really old. I had this one a number of years. Old.
Yeah, she made a maxi pad at home. That's her Pinterest project. Yeah, nothing new. This is nothing innovative.
Made on it. Super cool.
Yeah.
This one might be my
So this is
favorite.
going into the conservative women territory.
There's Frankenstein. I bleed all over his face. Henry.
Oh God.
William Henry Pratt was.
Yeah, might as well make one with Donald Trump's face on it, because he's the worst of the men.
Thanks, buddy.
You're mute.
I think
You're
this whole
mute.
thing is. I was saying this whole thing looks kind of childish.
No, this is not childish. I mean, these are cloth pads. I told you, women
Yeah, I know,
make
but
cloth pads.
Frankenstein's head on it, oh my, that's like something you'd give a kid. I don't know. It doesn't seem.
Yeah, Frankenstein would be like, you know what? Can you untangle me and then can you
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting 8-year-old little boxer short vibes from this, with the designs and everything on it.
So again, this is something a poor woman who wants to live frugal would use, and this is absolutely fine. And this is equivalent to a maxi pad, the large pads, the big ones that you saw in that Orange is the New Black, that one. So
Roger brings up a good point. What is her opinion on jock itch?
what is that?
Jock itch is hold on, should I get the official definition? Let's get the official definition.
Is it that fungal infection that happens between your thighs?
Yeah, yes, that's basically what it is. Oh, yes. Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
It's a fungal infection that causes a red and itchy rash in warm and moist areas of the body.
Yes.
The rash often hits the groin and inner thighs. It may be shaped like a ring.
Yes. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I know. It happens. It has happened. Like when you work out, you run a lot, and especially if you have big thighs, it can happen.
I wonder if free bleeding would increase your chance of that.
It will make it worse because it will stain everywhere. So of course, and even if you take a wet towel and you just leave it for a while, it starts smelling moldy. Can you imagine that on the human skin with a fabric on top and then a blood mixed into it? You'll begin to itch.
Mm.
So this is cool though. Look, it says horror, monsters, horror up there. And we got like a Scooby-Doo mansion, the moon bats, vampire gal. I love my cloth pads. They feel exactly like underwear. In the long run, they're a lot less expensive than pads and tampons, disposable ones you can buy. Disposable pads and tampons, I will add, also hurt our Mother Earth. So, you know, try to avoid.
Only valid point she has made so far. Only valid point she has made so far.
It's funny that she says that, you know, these things. She says the same thing about makeup. You know, it hurts our Mother Earth. The same way she doesn't do the shaving products is because it hurts the Mother Earth. Yet she had no problem buying the shaving products to hurt our Mother Earth and then throwing them right in the trash.
Yeah, at least if you use them, there is some purpose that they served. So she
has-
just like brought in a lot of like shaving products and then threw it in the garbage on camera.
Yes,
Wow.
that was.
There it
Yes.
goes. At least give it to someone who would use it.
She's not.
Give it to a homeless woman.
She's not.
Give it to a homeless woman. Fuck.
Like she'll say
And
things like that.
One more thing, you brought it like the whole, you know, pesticides in food thing. All these activist type who cry a lot about the environment, none of them can actually grow a tomato in a pot. They cannot. Someone who's growing their own food is the one who's really doing something for the Mother Earth. They are the one who are serious about not leaving an impact and not ingesting pesticides with the food. These people don't. They sip on their Starbucks and talk about how bad capitalism is. Fuck you. Not you, I mean,
Yeah,
you get the point.
The Amish grow their own food. Just saying.
Amish grow their own food. My mom grows zucchinis the size of a human arm. So, you know.
Yeah. There's probably my favorite agrarian society are the people who grow pumpkins. I've always liked every time October rolls around, you see all those photos of pumpkins popping up on social media. I like that.
Yeah, pumpkins are like cheap to grow, easy to grow. They don't require much, and you get a lot of produce, so you know you can actually have sustain for a long time on pumpkins, and you get creative with it. It gets a little boring, but you can get creative with it. Make bread and soup and all that stuff with it. With vegetables, you have to be a little creative with the spices. Only then it tastes good. Otherwise, it can taste like literally leaves, which is not good.
Yeah.
Now that I'm so into free bleeding, okay, one thing that I want to do is I want to make like a skirt, like a white skirt, and then I want to have like I have to figure out exactly where I would bleed, like on the skirt, right? Okay. Or at least this part of the skirt would have to be white. I want to fucking make it say, I want to put text on it and have it say, real woman. And then when I'm on my period, so you know, the best time of the month, it would be red. It would be stained red. Like real woman would be stained red because only women menstruate. Duh. Let's do something else.
That's attention seeking right there.
That is attention seeking. Too bad she was not employed by BuzzFeed, and now BuzzFeed is too broke to hire her, so she is in bad luck.
That's what I was thinking too. Is like she could be a BuzzFeed journalist.
But BuzzFeed is now broke, so they won't hire her.
Yeah, I heard about BuzzFeed going broke. I haven't heard anything about them since, so I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, they shut down in Australia and UK, and in India they're running on a skeleton crew, and I'm glad.
Yeah. I still get suggested BuzzFeed YouTube videos. That one time I accidentally clicked on one and it was a parody of something, and it was just the most unfunny thing I have ever seen.
I mean, I do like their food-related videos and all that, which is kind of good. I really like them. Some of them are really interesting. They bring a lot of interesting stuff. But other than that, no.
What else was I going to say? I forgot. Well, men need to fucking stop talking about periods because they don't fucking know what they're talking about. And if you're a real straight man, shut the fuck up if you're disgusted and learn to fucking love it. Or
so hold on. No, we're supposed to. We can't talk about it, but we're supposed to love it.
Well, I'm 75% onto like the disgusted. I'm actually allowed 75% to be disgusted by it, but the 25% of me is required to love it. So I don't know. I'll go by the majority. So that's fine. I'm disgusted. You tell me. You happen to be straight, apparently. Shoe on Head did a response video on her, like full on, like this. Yeah, Shoe on Head did a response video to her where she referred to as slave paint and rape shoes and all that, and then she replied calling Shoe a bimbo and a handmaiden of patriarchy and stuff like that, and Shoe laughed at it like she did. This was before. This was the time when Shoe on Head used to be funny. Now she's just like defending herself every time instead of doing what she did best, make videos.
The last time I found anything related to Shoe on Head funny is when she made the OK Boomer thing that got her super popular for a minute. Then she said on her stream she had a boyfriend, and all of these crazy people flagged her shit down because how dare she have a boyfriend?
Yeah, and her boyfriend is like twice her. Like he's huge, big, a little chubby-ish. He looks very old school manly. So he's like that, and she's like all over him, and she loves him like as she presents it. So Armor Skeptic, that's her boyfriend. So they have a very traditional man-women role. Like the sexual dimorphism is very distinct in that couple. Wow, I never thought I would use this. Dimorphism.
It's okay. It's okay to be gay. It's okay to be gay. But if you're claiming that you're not gay and you're a man and you're interested in women, then maybe you're actually interested in girls. So therefore, maybe you're a pedophile.
Again, we can't talk. We can't talk about periods in any way. But we have to be down for it. We have to like it, or we're pedophiles.
So if you're not gay, you're a pedophile? What?
Yes. That's what she's saying.
Am I getting chipping away of brain cells phenomenon here? Like I'm like losing IQ by like 0.5% every minute as I'm listening to her. Is that what's happening? Because I seriously feel a little unintelligent as I watch her.
I feel dumber every time I watch her. I mean, she makes no fucking sense. The leaps she makes that, oh yes, if you don't find period blood enticing, you are a pedophile or gay. Like, how do you even come to that conclusion?
Yeah, so either go to jail in every country or take a dick up your ass. Wow.
Which is bad.
Okay.
Here's my knitting. Almost done with the rainbow. I made it all the way to period blood red. With this one, you can't really see with the lighting, but that's what it is. I'm thinking more about girls in other countries who don't have access to period products. And I'm also thinking about going topless because
of course. Last thing we want to
see. People are really rude to women who breastfeed. In the state of
not in my country.
Oregon, where I live currently, it's legal. It's 100% legal for a woman to be topless.
It's legal in India, man.
It's kind of my duty as a woman who does.
It's legal in a lot of places. It's legal in Spain, and it's legal in some areas.
Not even an argument in my country. It's not even an argument in my country. And even in like villages, you can find this more in the villages where you'll find women breastfeeding child in open. And a lot of time, women in the village, they don't even care. They have their tit hanging out in plain sight. They don't care.
I'm pretty sure, at least generally, that like breastfeeding in public would be okay, but walking around topless is generally not. At least that's
exactly. And even in Muslim countries, breastfeeding in public is not a debate. You are of course required to like cover yourself with a cloth or something to make sure, but women will be accommodated in the most strictest of Muslim countries where they are not allowed a lot many things, but this is not even a debate there because motherhood is celebrated in that society. The more kids you have, the better women you are. So I mean that has also bad sides to it, but that's how the truth is. And um, worst
It-
part is she says that men find a woman breastfeeding a child as somehow sexual. I'm telling you, a woman carrying a child, a very little baby with her, is the most unsexually attractive thing in the world. Honestly, if she's carrying a toddler with her, chances are she's all swelled up with all the pregnancy fat. She is at her least sexually attractive phase. Honestly, I don't know
yeah,
who gets turned on by it. I have no idea. Maybe it's those men on Tumblr forums that she used to hang out with. So maybe that's the only experience she has, because you will find a kink for everything there. I know someone
true.
who had a kink for tying rubber bands on his fingers and then masturbating once those fingers turned blue.
Oh god,
So
that's where all those people who enjoy people having their balls beaten and shit go to as well.
no, balls beaten is no big deal. It's it's a lot common than you think.
Ugh. I never met anyone in real life who would ever admit to doing that. So
Okay.
I will say that that if it is common, then it is very closeted, very closeted.
Really? We'll talk about separately. This is not the video for this discussion.
True, true.
Not have a kid to go around topless. You know, that way I can end the stigma, start to end the stigma against breasts, because like you shouldn't only be allowed to see my breast if I'm breastfeeding. Like that shouldn't be the only context in which it's acceptable to see a woman's breasts. And like, are women going to be sexualized? Yes. I don't know why people like a woman is going to be sexualized if she's wearing a bikini or she's wearing a burqa. The end. I'm sorry. So I'm saying it's privileged women.
So hold on now. See, now she's making like an anti-feminist statement there a little bit, right? Saying that everyone's going to be sexualized anyway, so it's fine to do things. Like I'm very confused.
No. She does make a valid point that, if women get raped and assaulted and sexualized, even if she's wearing a bikini or a burqa, which is true. But then this is like a valid point she makes, and
Yeah,
and
I agree.
almost everyone will agree with that. Women are assaulted and sexualized and harassed regardless of what they're wearing, and then at times even their attire is worn that you're dressed up like a slut. What do you expect? So I agree that what she just made, but just before it, what she said, that it's acceptable to see my breast when I'm breastfeeding. You tell me, what would become of a man if a woman is breastfeeding in, say, like a park or a restaurant in a corner with her child, and a man just walks up to her, stands there staring at her? Won't he get in trouble?
I mean, even
Won't
if
he
there's,
get in trouble?
I'm not for sure what the laws on anything of that. I guess that would depend on. I would think it would probably fall under harassment if he was just looming there staring, and there would be people around that were witnessing that would not let that go, man or woman.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, yeah, I don't know where she is where the breastfeeding thing is not tolerated, but in most places there's accommodations made.
There's accommodation. You also have to be a little bit accommodating, like, cover yourself, go into a corner, excuse yourself. You are breastfeeding your child, right? So you excuse yourself. I've seen women do that in malls, in restaurants, and McDonald's and stuff, and they go into a corner or they turn their back, so, and then like they normally like cover themselves or something. Yeah, it is. So I have no idea. These are like non-issues that she's crying about. I don't know how breastfeeding in public is an issue in America. I have no idea, because abortion is a very big discussion and a political topic in America. It is not so much in my country. It's like the 3-month rule, and you cannot abort a child simply because it's a girl. That's a crime. Other than that, that's it. You can have abortion if you want. That's it. 3-month rule, simple. After 3 months, no doctor will do it. If they do it, unless it's like a very severe medical emergency, in a normal circumstances, you can have an abortion till 3 months. After that, nope, no doctor will do it. You'll get in trouble, or you'll have to find some shady doctor who'll do that. Are you talking? You're muted. You're muted. You're
fuck,
muted.
sorry.
You're muted.
Yeah, I know. I'm muted now. All right. The thing with abortion and why it's contentious is because there are people like Leah who I guess don't want any restrictions on it, and I think that's why there's a contention here. Why it's the back and forth.
Yeah,
in a
I
way.
don't like. It's a very extreme approach, and I think I understand both sides of the argument. Is like if a woman accidentally got pregnant and having a child requires planning, so I understand why she would want to do that. And then the other side's argument is like anyone who has ever held a baby in their hands, just think about it. Killing a child and who has witnessed a pregnancy close by, they would know that. Plus, so the 3-month rule, which is set up in most countries, I think that's a safe middle path. Plus, abortions at the best, even if you talk to doctors, they will say, yeah, you can get an abortion, but it should be avoided because it is a traumatic procedure to the body and the mind. And you can avoid it. There are ways to avoid it. That's what birth control is for. The condoms, morning after pill. And then, if you're able to detect it in the very early stages, you don't even have to go under the knife. It will just be like a pill and the whole thing will wash out of your body.
And these are all things she opposes. Like, I don't. Wow. She's
So this is a very extremist approach. Yeah, this is a very extremist approach from both sides who say, don't touch that, it's sacred. And the other side say, I want to cut it open and throw it out. Who gives a fuck? It's like, oh, come on, man. Be civil.
That's what I was thinking. Like, it would either a peeping, like if they were like in a corner, it would be a peeping Tom charge. Or like, it would definitely
be... peeping Tom thing, yes.
Yeah.
Women's duty to go access the spaces that they access and do things like destigmatize certain things. Like, maybe if the whole fucking world was a little bit more educated about menstruation, it wouldn't be so embarrassing and these other girls wouldn't be taunted for simply being on their periods. Hello, this shirt, I wish it said period party gal.
I mean, adults don't taunt each other. I don't think that occurs. And if she's referring to like little kids doing it, a lot of times it'll be other girls teasing each other.
And I don't know, like as a former child, who happened to be raised among two older sisters. I do not think any of my friend circle, anybody in the school, ever had an insult about period, which is common in little kids. I mean, there are a lot of insults about a women being promiscuous, slut, whore, and all that. But there is nothing about, there is no insult. I don't think there's any insult that exists that men would use for a woman other than like, oh, she's down these days. So the other guy, oh, I'm sorry, dude. It's like, yeah, you can't have sex with her. It's a bad luck. It's like you go to a honeymoon, your wife has a period, so you laugh at it. Man, I went to this exotic location in Bahamas for my honeymoon, and my wife was on her period, so we couldn't do anything for 5 days. So I don't think any other situation where this could be like an insult or a joke about it at all.
The only experience I had with people teasing people about their periods during my time in school or when I was younger was like during the brief period of time early in school when you had the early bloomers. Okay, but once you got into the upper levels where it was more common, nobody cared, man or woman. It was not a deal. In fact, you had women helping each other out and shit like that a lot of times.
Yeah, in fact, the more thing is like women who claim to act like a bitch, but this is more common in like sitcoms where they act like I don't witness any women do that in real life where they act like a bitch, they yell at people and they're like, I'm PMSing. I was like, that's something which is done in sitcoms. People don't behave like they do in sitcoms. I mean, if you watch like for the whole 8-9 seasons of Friends and then think about it, like if you started talking the way they did, you'll be labeled a psychopath.
Yeah, those are purposefully outrageous. I mean, have you ever seen the thing where they do sitcoms without the laugh track? A lot of times they're actually creepy.
Yeah, I watch Golden Girls and the kind of remarks they made at each other are super mean, almost abusive. But it's funny. But think about it, if your mother talks to you like that or you talk to your mother like that. God, it's like
there's no way that a lot of the stuff that gets said in sitcoms like would happen in a normal conversation.
But these people don't witness real life. They just witness the simulation of real life that you see on TV, apparently.
That's, I think, where a lot of this comes from, is they get like this stuff from movies and TV shows, and they assume that, oh well, the rest of the world must be this way.
If you remember the greeting card period, when all the Hallmark greeting and those teddy bears and fluffy hearts and stuff were all really being pushed around in the market, we had like dedicated, literally a mini mall just for the greeting card outlet. And there were literally movies where you are required to give a teddy bear to your supposed Valentine or boyfriend or girlfriend. You give them teddy bear, you give them heart-shaped chocolate, you give them this giant greeting card, you give them this one that throws flowers at you or confetti at you and stuff like that. All that became so common, and literally I would witness boys, my classmates, spend so much money buying these stupid cardboard novelty items that serve nothing, like a small cat statue which is like made of clay or something in a cup. They would give that to the girlfriend, and they would like proudly show it. He gave me this, he gave me that. That thing went out with emails and text messages. Now we just share dick pics directly with each other. So
Oh,
at that time,
I
yeah.
remember in woodshop, you like, if you had a crush on somebody, that's what you do. You go to make something for them in woodshop.
Yeah, it's like that. So that became a culture. That was a phase that I witnessed. I'm old, I'm sorry. So that greeting card culture came in. Valentine's Day had no history in my country, yet because it's a commercialized festival, it became a thing because greeting card companies wanted to sell their products. You need to give a bloody $100 greeting card to your girlfriend on the Valentine's. And it also created a problem where girls would receive so many greeting cards from their secret admirers, which is honestly creepy. Like, you don't know who's literally watching you bloody walk to class.
I may have slipped a few greeting cards in my time, maybe.
Exactly. So now, do you see anybody giving greeting cards to each other? But at that time, it was like life or death. Everything depended on the type of greeting card you gave. People would literally spend hours deciding what greeting card to buy, which one has a good graphic and which one has a good message inside.
Yeah, the only time I get anything related to cards are for birthdays. Like beyond that, no one does cards.
We don't even do that anymore. We just like, if it's a child, we'll give them clothes. If it's a grown up, I give them a gift card. Go buy stuff at the Walmart. Don't bother me.
Actually, now that I think about it, the only people who have ever sent me like an actual card are old people.
Yeah, because it is a relic from that era. It used to be a big deal in my family. Like my dad would bring all this, and I used to hate my dad for it. He would bring these UNICEF greeting cards, like the one that you buy for UNICEF, and then they donate some money. Because the problem with them was like they used to be blank from inside, and they would always have these like children smiling and all that, which was like gets boring after a while. You need some fancy ones. But no, my dad would always bring the UNICEF ones, and then we had to force to write message, "Dear Uncle, Happy New Year. Dear Uncle, Happy Diwali," the festival, like that. So it used to get very annoying. So my dad had this thing. He used to bring like literally like a whole box of these hundreds of greeting cards, and they would be sent to the everybody in the entire extended family. So that was the culture, and he still like says like people don't send greeting cards anymore. I'm like, Dad, everybody can video call now. It doesn't really matter. So yeah.
Finish this video up. We're almost at 5 hours.
Because I don't like being referred to as a girl, because I am in fact a woman, but I wore it for this bid. This was, I went to Joanne.
Her boobs don't even bounce.
Schinderly?
Nobody wants
I
it.
think that's her last name. Joanne Schinderly's. I don't know how to say it, but I know how to spell it. Joanne Schinderly's set. She has a whole fucking set about talking about her period. It's hilarious.
Okay.
feel
I'm
like
sure
it's-
she loves Amy Schumer. I'm sure she loves Amy Schumer.
Just remember, she had a whole set about talking about her period, and you seem to have taken it 100% literally.
So she took the jokes of a comedian and based her entire shtick around it. Wow. Imagine that comedian watching her right now. Imagine if you get to watch her. She must be regretting the choices she made in life. I am responsible for this monster I created.
Forgot, but yeah, I mean, this fucking moron. First of all, don't listen to these morons. Let this moron be an example of exactly how spooge rags shouldn't act. I'm reminded of a quote I was thinking of earlier, which is, "Man is the only animal to claim a god but behave as though he doesn't have one." Men. Have at it, men. And just like PSA, if
Women are included in that. The whole quote with man, that's short for human, right?
No. I could not understand the quote she made. Can you repeat that in a more dumber version of it?
I think what she said was that man was the only animal to create a god and then act as though they don't have one. Like a lot of times with those quotes, when they say man, they mean human, as in everyone.
Yeah, humanity in general. Yeah, Bible referred to humanity as like man only, like man has lost his way. It's like a
Yes.
figure
So
of
she's
speech
blaming
from
all
the
men.
old time.
Quote that goes for
Yeah,
everybody.
exactly. It's not like they, them. They were not that woke that time, 2,000 years ago.
if you're a man and you're against being with a woman on her period, you're probably gay or a pedophile. Just so you know. And don't fucking waste your time writing about how disgusting it is that women have periods and how they should subtly deal with them. You fucking misogynist. You hate women. Okay. That time though that I was free bleeding was super cool that I mentioned to you that I free bled in public. Went to the beach and it was a nude beach too. So I got to be nude on the beach.
Sorry.
No, I won't throw up, but I would literally have a field day with sitting with my martini there, literally roasting her alive on that beach on a cloudy day.
That I just imagine a nude beach. You got people casual walking. There's someone who walks by just fucking blood, gross looking.
Mixed with sand.
Oh my god, that is.
Anakin Skywalker's nightmare.
Oh, they probably think they're in Day of the Freaking Dead.
He would literally incinerate her.
Bleeding. And it was really fucking cool. I came of running on the beach with my dog naked.
Wow.
It was so, you have to experience it for yourself. So I
Yeah.
really hope that all women can one day experience free bleeding and then
See, she doesn't shave as well, so when she free bleeds, this gets matted into her hair. Just to think that thought.
No. Just let's get back to the beach again. So she's all hairy, running naked on the beach with her dog, and everybody sitting there is playing Guess Who's the Dog here? Spot the dog.
Oh god.
We actually did like a suit yourself style stream right now.
Oh man.
A bunch of misogynist men. They can't handle a strong woman. Oh my god, I can dismiss her talking points, that she will try to make. I have sort of got her way of thinking, even though she does make some really weird and unpredictable points, but I still have a somewhat idea of her thought process.
Yeah. And sometimes she'll say bits and pieces that you agree with, like, oh, real journalism is dead. Like, yes, we agree. And then she'll go on to make something insane off that.
Mm-hmm. Like, she's talking about respect women, and this guy doesn't respect women. And then she goes on to attack the other two females that he decided to get their opinion on her view. So if a woman doesn't agree to her, she is supposed to be insulted or belittled.
All right. I'm going to finish up the last 7 seconds, and I'll wrap it up with a statement that I think I've summed her up pretty well.
Yeah.
For with their bodies as women, because until we do that, we ain't getting shit done.
Okay, good.
She is simultaneously like a misandrist and a misogynist.
She, I think, has a lot of self-loathing and it's like hatred of humanity in general, but not in like a funny or ironic way, like the dark humor way. But it's like I don't like anything. Nothing will ever make me happy. And then you thought that this would be someone with really high standards, but then you realize this is like a miserable person who's rolling in her own filth. And honestly, it's like I was coming back. Thankfully, she stayed on track, so I remember it. Women, like it's a saying in my country that it's women who put other women down. That women is the biggest enemy of women themselves. Like it, like women facilitate patriarchy or oppression. That is true. And if you see at any place, if you see like a Karen, a rich entitled Karen. Hey, Roger Brown. I didn't realize you were in comments. I'm sorry, I didn't see the comments live chat. So
He
if you
actually
see
is the
any
one
rule,
who suggested her to me, Leah.
okay, that's nice. Well, see, we are collaborating. So this, a lot of these entitled Karen type women, especially like rich women, who they actually tend to act somewhat reasonable if they are dealing with a man. And when if there is like a female manager or a female waiter or a female agent that they come in contact with, they are super mean, extremely mean.
That's one of the things I noticed in her videos is she'll shit on men, but she spends most of it just attacking women.
Exactly. In fact, it happens here as well, where it's like, you know, a lot of these like old ladies, if they go around in public and if they see like a couple acting a little too cozy and they don't approve of it, they will not say anything to the boy. Although it's becoming less and less common now, but they will not say anything to the boy. They will yell at the girl. They do that. Because I think what they have it is like, you know, they sort of have, it's like, I can actually exert my authority more on the women rather than the man because he might hit back or he might not take it in a way. It's like a subconscious, it's a more like an Eastern thing. Like, it's like how a mother-in-law mistreats her daughter-in-law as compared to how she would mistreat her son-in-law. It's the same way. So you'll find more conflict between the women in-laws rather than that same mommy dearest attacking her daughter's husband. So yeah, so that's how it is. So what the jokes about the son-in-law and mother-in-law would be like occasional banter, they insulting each other, or she thinks he's an idiot. But the stories about mother-in-law, daughter-in-law are like literally making each other's life hell and like ruining each other's life. They do that. So women tend to, like some women, like these bad women, they tend to be extra mean with other women. This is something I have seen, I have observed. There have been instances like this movie Swiped that came in on Netflix. It's a pretty bad movie. It's like the dangers of Tinder, essentially. So there is a fellow who did a review of it. So there were like 3 people who made a review of this movie. One was Elvis the Alien, and then there were 2 small channels on YouTube who did the review. Yeah, or did review of the movie. So one of them was a young girl. She's like 17, 18 years old. She did a review of the movie, and the director of this film attacked her.
The director did?
Yes, she sent her threatening emails. He put a strike on it, and she sent a threatening emails lawsuit. A 40-something women trying to warn other women about dangers of online dating is attacking a 17, 18-year-old girl. And she also sent emails to Elvis the Alien, but she was extremely professional in those emails.
Wow. Yeah,
I'll share the video with you. So there's one guy who actually did a summarizing the whole conflict there. He did not review the movie. He actually reviewed the exchange. He covered the exchange between this YouTuber girl, I'm forgetting her name, and the director of this movie. Her name is Fishman something. So he actually did a drawing of a big fish with tongue and lips and Karen hair. How not to take criticism or something. I have it's very easy to find. It's a pretty on top of the search bar. It's Swiped review. So you look it up. There would be this Irish guy, and the title is something like how not to handle criticism. Hold on, I'll look it up. Just a second.
I'll have to watch that one. I'll have to watch that one once the stream's over. But you can link it in the chat or so that people can watch it.
Painfully. How not to respond to criticism. Here it is. Just a second. I'll tweet. Shall I tweet at you?
What do you mean?
Okay. I'm sending it to you on Twitter. The link.
All right, now I will post it in the chat. But I gotta bounce now. I got some dogs who need to go out.
No problem. I know they'll eat you otherwise.
Oh yeah.
But thanks for hosting me. We almost went suit yourself. I'm supposed to sleep, but I'm 5 hours off. So I'll have fun working tonight. See ya.
See ya.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I'm going to post that link in the chat because that sounds hilarious. And I'm sure you all will appreciate that. Oh. All right. Well, it was a fun stream. Actually might be my longest stream ever for my return. So, yeah. Let me make sure I got everything in the chat set up. Awesome. Yep. And good night, Kanish. Now, hopefully Leah TV will find my channel, my videos, my streams, and we can get her on here for an interview. Or at the very least, we can get her to spurg out in my comment section. That's the goal. So, until then, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you next time.